Island. And here behind us you can see the logo of our program, and it is not without a reason that it resembles the infinity sign. As we know, the 10 universities are here in the IDUB program already, but there will be a new program beginning in less than 2 years, 2026. And below it, the logo of the organizer, Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Poland, at whose behest the Silesian University of Technology is honored to host, both here in its walls and remotely, as we have gone hybrid, such distinguished guests as all of you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of hosting, may I now ask His Magnificent, the Rector of the Silesian University of Technology, to welcome us all to the conference that is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Marek Pawełczyk, Rector of the Silesian University of Technology, and I'm surrendering the microphone.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. I'll try to do my best without glasses. Ladies and gentlemen, as the rector of the Silesian University of Technology, the host university, just celebrating its 18th anniversary, I'd like to welcome you all to the 4th Progress Review Conference of the universities participating in the Excellence Initiative Research University Program, a conference organized by the Ministry of Higher Education and Science. I appreciate the presence of the Secretary of State, Professor Marek Gzik, and many ministry staff taking care of the IDUB program. I especially warmly welcome the delegates of the contents organizer, the International Panel of Experts, who personally honored us with their presence and will lead the discussion during our two-day meeting. Professor Lauritz Holm-Nielsen, Professor Mariam Camarero, Dr. Mariana Kionchel, Professor Simon Gaskell, Professor Peter Maassen, and Professor Henrik Wegener. I would also like to extend an equally warm welcome to the rectors, vice-rectors, coordinators and staff of the universities, of the laureates of the first competition, and of the universities eligible to take part in the second edition of the competition, and to the many distinguished guests representing the National Science Center, the National Center for Research and Development, the Foundation for Polish Science, the Main Council for Higher Education and Science, the Council of Scientific Excellence, and the National Representation of Doctoral Candidates. I would like to welcome all those present in the auditorium of the Education and Congress Center of the Silesian University of Technology, and those using the electronic streaming of our debates. The conference is an important part of monitoring the progress and ongoing evaluation of the implementation of the development plans prepared by the universities selected in the first competition. The achievements and activities of the university so far, matters related to the midterm evaluation, which was conducted in 2023, activities in the following years, as well as premises for the second edition of the competition will be discussed. Let me, as the person who, by the decision of the rector, has been in charge of the IDUB program at the Silesian University of Technology since its conception, as well as participating in earlier reporting conferences and discussing the program with many rectors, vice-rectors, as well as within my own university, express an opinion that I hope many people will share. There has never been a program of such a significant dimension in the system of science and higher education in Poland. We've been provided with unprecedented opportunities to implement progress-oriented measures, best tailored and individual to each university, enriching its policies and facilitating the implementation of an ambitious development strategy. The comments and guidance of the members of the international panel of experts, their knowledge of the European and global higher education system, the clear but not constraining guidelines allowed us to plan the most effective tools to reach bold goals and overcome the barriers separating us from the leading universities in the world. The most important tangible achievement in the implementation of the IDUB program in the Silesian University of Technology has been a transformation of the working culture that incentivizes ambitious outcomes across research, teaching, international collaboration, and commercialization. In a relatively short time, it's been successfully demonstrated to staff, doctoral candidates, and students that everyone has the opportunity to benefit from IDUB, provided that they meet the clearly defined criteria, which often required a shift in existing practices and mindsets, and a greater level of commitment. Each year, many more members of our community have participated in over 30 pro-quality programs based on transparent criteria that reward both results achieved and ambitious scientific plans, starting from 650 people in 2020 and reaching 2,500 in 2023. The percentage of publications with a foreign co-author has increased from 20 to 56% as of today, and publications in top 10 journals from 6.6 to 25%, and top 1 from 0.1 to 3.4%. We have involved 4,000 students in research with over 1,000 PBL projects and hundreds of students' research association projects. The number of Horizon projects, international students, PhD candidates, and researchers, including very prominent scientists, increased dramatically. I am convinced that each of the universities implementing the IDUB program can boast many outstanding results that would be difficult to achieve in such a short time. Other universities benefit from the ideas developed and are also developing very dynamically. IDUB is not a project. It is a key program of excellence. It is a breakthrough movement in Poland and the best investment of the state. It is a revitalization of our universities and a motivation to compete with top universities in the world, despite much less funding. I extend my thanks to all those involved in the implementation of the IDUB program in my own and all the universities. I am extremely grateful for the organization of this conference, to our experts, to the staff of the ministry, to my dedicated colleagues at the Silesian University of Technology, in particular the Analysis and Development Office and the Rector's Office. I encourage our guests to take advantage of your presence at the Silesian University of Technology and get acquainted with our beautiful, modern and hospitable university, hoping that you will come to visit us for a longer stay and that will strengthen our collaboration. I wish all of us fruitful deliberations, new ideas, and motivation to take on even greater challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Magnificence. Thank you for all those kind words about the program. And yes, you were most right to note that here present among us are not only our representatives of the 10 IDUB universities, but also of those that are eligible to participate in IDUB in its second round. Let us now turn our ears to the Ministry of Science and of Education, and Science of the Republic of Poland. Standing before us and representing Minister Dariusz Wieczorek is Secretary of State, Professor Marek Gzik, so very well known here at the Polibuda.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Holm-Nielsen, and all esteemed members of the international expert team, their magnificent directors, vice-rectors, and representatives of the universities participating or hoping to take part in the Research University Excellence Initiative Program, honored guests. It's my great pleasure to open this fourth Progress Review Conference of the IDUB program, hosted and organized by the Silesian University of Technology with the support of the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. As the fifth year of the implementation of IDUB program draws to a close, its effects become more and more visible. The midterm evaluation of the first edition of IDUB, carried out the last year with the help of excellent international experts, some of whom joined us today, proved that the IDUB founding the status provide necessary conditions for the fast-track development of Polish research universities. It is clear that the IDUB program boasts their internationalization and enables them to initiate important changes in the university culture. Although the 10 assessed universities differ in the degree of achievements and confidence, and despite certain weakness in the implementation of the program, it remains evident that IDUB is a valuable instrument that should be continued as a strategic investment of the Polish government. The mission of the research universities is to conduct world-class, high-quality science and teach excellent minds recruited both locally and globally. One of the priorities of the research university policy has to be resisting brain drain and focusing on attracting, training, and developing outstanding talent base, none of which is possible without significant human capital investment. IDUB universities should therefore strive to create the best possible work conditions and professional development opportunities, not just for its researchers and academic teachers, but for all university staff. At the same time, research universities need to remain agile and flexible, ready to adopt emerging challenges and opportunities in today's fast-changing world. Progress Review Conference of the IDUB scheme started back in 2020. In the first year of program implementation, they were introduced as a regular evaluation and monitoring mechanism that allow for open dialogue and exchange of knowledge and experience between the 20 universities that participating in the first IDUB competition, international experts and the ministry. This year, however, the ministry decided to open up the conference beyond its difficult target group and to invite for the first time not just the universities that already took part in the IDUB competition, but also the newcomers that currently prepare to complete in the next IDUB call in 2026. I therefore warmly welcome the 11 universities and one federation that, thanks to their commendable result in the first state evaluation of the quality of scientific activity, can now enter the IDUB playing field and complete for at last to upon spot that will be vacation in the top of IDUB group. As a result, the final evaluation of the first edition of IDUB in 2026. Last year, those 20 newly eligible IDUB competitors were invited by the minister to elaborate their development strategies leading up to the second IDUB competition. I'm glad to confirm that 11 of them submitted their preparatory plans to the ministry and were granted 3-year financial support for their implementation. Given the high aspiration of Polish researchers and universities, the upcoming conference sessions provide an excellent opportunity to gain objective feedback and valuable strategic advice for the outstanding expert team assisting us this year. I wish you all fruitful discussion during the panels and coffee breaks, as well as the networking dinner planned for the all participating this evening. Once more again, I would like to thank to our international expert team for your engagement and support. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you for explaining the principles of the IDUB program. I believe it's all clear now, but just in case, there is all the fine detail on the website of Politechnika Śląska, that is the Silesian University of Technology, www.polsl.pl, IDUB-2024/about-the-conference. There, all information can be found. And as in all the previous IDUB conferences, after the kind introductions, time for the opening address from our distinguished foreign guest, chairman of the IDUB International Expert Team, and now also the author of the reflections on the third Progress Review Conference sent to the Polish Minister of Education and Science after the previous conference. In one word, Professor Lauritz Holm-Nielsen. Professor Holm-Nielsen will present to us IDUB in numbers. Sir, the floor is yours, and so is the camera connecting us to the remote participants.
First of all, it's very nice to see so many familiar faces. But also thank you very much to Secretary of State Marek Gzik, and to our host, Professor Marek Pawełczyk. And please excuse me for not being able to address you in Polish. I haven't been here long enough, and I didn't come early enough to have the capacity to learn your language. This being said, I want you all look at us, the foreign experts, as friends from abroad that do not understand what you are doing, at least not all of what you are doing. We are coming here to try to understand. We know you all better understand what is going on. We try to bring in the views from your colleagues. And we are all, at least I know that we are all, we have been 25 foreign experts now being involved in IDUB, and the gist of our take on Polish higher education hasn't changed at all. We are all coming from different corners. We don't know each other very well, but we are common in the feeling of being together as Europeans, and we want to give you as much as we have in terms of experience, and you can use it as you want. It's up to you. We introduced a system not of writing assessments, but reflections, because we thought that it's about reflecting on the situation and looking for ways always to improve a little bit. It's too easy just to collect numbers and compare numbers to other numbers. And no other organizations than universities are better in collecting numbers. So if, for example, the government asks you to produce application for patents, of course you produce application for patents. Would that lead anywhere? No, only if it leads to innovation in the society. So we are not so interested in numbers. So it's kind of a joke when I'm supposed to speak about IDUB in numbers, because I will not. But I think that IDUB in many ways is a unique program, because it's not only an excellence program, it's also designed as a common learning experience, learning between you, the different top universities in Poland. And actually the panel commends the ministry for having followed our advice not to have this strict number collection exercise every year, but rather have what we call a non-intrusive monitoring system. We are not coming here to measure you. We are coming here to listen and trying to understand what you are doing and see if we can maybe twist your strategies a little bit or help you twist them to become more effective. Last year we did the midterm review. All 10 universities were recommended to continue. I have to be honest, there was a lot of differences between what is being done in one and what is being done in another university. So this also means that there, as always, is room for improvement. Actually looking at the responses to this year's survey, I'm not 100% convinced that all universities have actually read our recommendations from last year. It was recommendations, so you are not at fault, but still, maybe it's worthwhile to return to some of the reflections from earlier years and also to the midterm review report. Because at this point, you are in the final stretch of I was about to say a marathon, but it's probably a relay of marathons. So you have a couple of more years, and then comes the next marathon, because changing higher education systems is really a generational action. It takes decades rather than years to make the changes that you are looking into. But do not forget that you are in the final of this marathon, and try to do maybe a little bit more, redouble your activities or your strategic thinking for the next couple of years. I have 4 areas I have noted down in my notes that I would like to touch on. One is visibility and partnerships. When we all started this exercise here in Poland, you aimed at becoming more internationally visible. And when I look into the numbers, it has not really changed a lot. Some universities have improved in terms of international visibility, but the system as such is more or less in a stable stage. I would say it's to be expected, because the program has only in effect been active for 4 to 5 years, and in those same years we have had the pandemic, we have this awful war in the neighboring country, and the world has changed a lot. So we have to be patient. But in terms of visibility globally, there is still a work to be done. It has to do with many things, but also publication profiles. If we look at individual researchers, some have really improved, others not so much, and the next generation is coming. So I think that you will look into a change in visibility of individual researchers over the next, say, 5 to 10 years. And when this comes, then institutional visibility will also improve. I am not sure that internal visibility in the Polish society has changed. I have no real data for it, but we have heard that different corners of the society still think that universities are some sort of ivory towers, and look at them a little bit more as institutions that consume resources rather than institutions that society can invest in. So there's still work to do in terms of creating more national visibility and partnerships with other corners of the society. I'm not sure that all universities are exploiting the opportunities of making strategic partnerships with foreign sister institutions or nationally with other national players, industries, or corners of society. Many universities have many partnerships, but I use the word strategic partnerships, which is more committed. It's not a matter of collecting numbers of foreign partners. It's a matter of really find someone that I was about to say, you want to sleep with, you want to engage with in real terms, have exchange between your researchers and their researchers, is receive in an active manner younger people from their staff and actually doing work together, forgetting that one institution is in another country and one is here, and so becoming real partners. The second area, other than visibility and partnerships, I wanted to mention is human capital and cultural change. All universities refer to the opportunities for cultural change that IDUB has provided. But it is a long-term process, and it's really a generational process as well. Old people like me are very hard to move. But as I like to think and say, younger people, for example, haven't yet learned what they can't do. I know everything I cannot do. And this is not conducive for innovative thinking. So it's a long-term process. Again, you can use international partnerships or national partnerships to change the culture, but also look at your staff development plans, look at how better to integrate younger minds even into decision-making processes. It's not good with all decisions have to be made by old men, honestly. You have to have younger women to be able to make decisions, at least for some part of the activities. So try to look at how decisions is actually made and how what levels of freedom you can provide at lower levels in the system. There's an issue related to staff development programs. There's still room for improving concepts, not only in the academic staff, but also in the administrative staff. We hear that some processes are being sort of slowed down because of obstacles in the administrative side of universities, or maybe even in ministry sometimes, but definitely also at the university. So try to work on the cultural change also on the administrative side of universities. There's one issue I want to mention, which brings me a little bit of, I'm very optimistic in general, but I'm a little bit pessimistic on the side of the training, recruiting and training the next generation of researchers or academics. The PhD program you have has been changed towards doctoral schools. You have more or less the same enrollment, maybe slightly less enrollment, but increased graduation, which is good. But if I look at the 10 universities and the graduation end of 2023 was about 2,500 PhDs. If I look at the total staff numbers and assume that the turnover rate is more or less similar to what it is in other countries, you would probably need about that number just to replenish your own staff, which means that there's very little extra human capital trained at the highest level for the rest of the society. And we also hear that universities have difficulties in recruiting to the doctoral programs. So I do think that it would be good for the ministry and for the universities to take a look at how your doctoral school program can be stimulated, because I think you need maybe the double amount of maybe 5,000 PhDs per year to sustain the level of knowledge economy that the country really wants. So it's something to look at, and it has to do with many things. It has to do with recruitment. It also has to do with the conditions for the doctoral students and the perspective they may have. The third, I would not mention the salary issue, and I'm not mentioning the total budget, but those two issues, you of course know that this is something that is constantly something that have to be worked at. Age profiles will probably change over time, so maybe it's not a long-term problem, but it's a problem today. The national consolidation, we have mentioned it many, many times. We know that it's because of historical reasons, but that you have many universities even in the same cities. There would be room for consolidating Poland's higher education system at some point in time when the situation is for it. But try to move in that direction by increasing collaboration. Do not accept too many similar labs in the same city. I think this is unacceptable for a nation. You need to make it more efficient and more coherent. I'm from the western side of Denmark, and we are not so timid. We would probably take on consolidation in a stronger way than we see happening in Poland today. It's a very timid way you try to consolidate the system, and I think it could be done at a faster pace. The last of the 4 points is the leadership and administrative culture. We have talked a lot about changing the academic culture, and it's changing, I think, in all of the universities, but the administrative culture has not changed yet. And I'm not sure, we asked for more leadership on the part, or more strategic leadership on the part of the rectors, but are they all supported well enough to be able to take on this challenge? I'm not sure. So please look also on changing the administrative culture within the institution. And we have been told that somehow the national ranking system forces you to create more subject areas to qualify. This is not a law of nature. This could be changed. You should not split up in too many columns and units within the university. You should start to collect them. Not so many faculties, not so many departments as you have. Not add on a new department every time you try to do something. You try to consolidate internally in the university as well, even if there's some resistance to it, because we know there will be. So, I think I'm about to close. My last comment was that we are now going to discuss what was the effect of IDUB funding and status. This is the first panel. The second one is how is internationalization and partnerships going? And then we also will have a panel discussing academic culture and transformation. I think we should also have added the change of administrative culture and transformation, because without that, there will be too many stones on the road for you. We have recommended to the ministry to continue the program, because this is, as I said, not a sprint, this is a marathon. You have, and probably a relay marathon with several coming. So we are looking into a future where the government will continue to support the very best of Poland's research universities, and this is really important. I think IDUB from the beginning was designed to stimulate transformation. And everything we hear from rectors and also for young researchers coming back from studying abroad is that your system is different from when they left. We have heard from several of the younger researchers in many of the universities that they couldn't believe that they had these opportunities that they now have if they are lucky enough to get under the IDUB support. Others do not still have the same opportunities, but we all have to start somewhere, and IDUB has stimulated the transformation that you are in the middle of, and we are all in transformation. I'm not trying to drop into some acid in the water, but the ones you are competing with, they are also transforming. So yeah, there's no time to be complacent. You have to run faster. Okay, thank you very much. We are happy to be here and happy to do the best we can to reflect on the situation and provide recommendations to the ministry. And yeah, thank you for the warm welcome we all feel when we come to Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for mentioning the change, because we now have time for change as well, although a different one, because I'd like to thank for all the 3 very kind welcomes. Thank you very much. And now it is time to get down to work, and serious work it is going to be, as we have 3 distinguished panels today, followed by the 4th, and split sessions tomorrow. That's a novelty. We're introducing workshops. Now I would also like to address the issue of questions. Every moderator, if they have time, will take questions at the end. Those from the room will be asked by the persons who volunteer, who put their hand up before, and those people who are only connecting with us remotely can enter their questions into the chat. As I gather, our personnel of the ministry will translate them into English if they are asked in Polish, and the moderator has a small monitor here which not only displays the current time, so please keep to the time limits, but will also display the questions towards the end of a session. Now, without further ado, we're all ears for panel number 1, which has been dubbed the Rector's Panel, and it will expound on the principal effects of IDUB 10 funding and status. Let me welcome its moderator, Professor Simon Gaskell, former Vice-Chancellor for Research at the University of Manchester and Vice-Chancellor of Queen Mary University and now Chair of the Board of the Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education in the UK. Sir, if you could take the chair that is nearest to me, that would be probably easy for you to look at the monitor. And I have the pleasure to invite the panelists, who are none others but Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska, Rector of the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, Professor Patrycja Matusz, Vice-Rector for Internationalisation of the University of Wrocław, Professor Marek Pawełczyk, Rector of the Silesian University of Technology, who opened the conference earlier, and Professor Krzysztof Wilde, Rector of the Gdańsk University of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your time to start the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is on, I think. Thank you for joining this session, the first of our panel discussions. Just to say how I thought we would organize this, I'm going to make a couple of very brief comments at the beginning, then turn to each of our panelists for brief reflections on our topic of the principal effects of IDUB funding and status. And then, prompted no doubt by those comments, we will have a discussion within the panel, but importantly also take points from the audience, both in the room and online. So, panelists, please restrict your initial comments to 5 minutes, if you would, to make sure we have plenty of time for discussion. I notice we are exhorted to stay on time. Of course, we have started 10 minutes late, so hopefully we can encroach perhaps a little bit into the lunch break if we need to do so. My opening remarks are going to be very brief, but I thought I would reflect on the fact that IDUB is, of course, designed as a transformation program. So behind all of our discussions, I think should be a reflection on the extent to which that transformation has been achieved, or at least the extent to which our universities are on an irrevocable path towards transformation. Put another way, if the minister, I'm sure is not going to do this, but if the minister were to say IDUB funding finishes tomorrow, I'm not for one moment advocating that, but if that were to be the case, what could our universities say are the transformational changes that have resulted? A cynical minister might also say, well, you've had a lot of money, you've spent a lot of money on very worthwhile things, but what are the lasting effects? So I think underlying all our comments in this panel discussion should be an assessment of what the lasting transformational effects have been so far of IDUB, whether that is a completed transformation, unlikely, or whether it is putting universities on a particular path of transformation. So let's begin then, and we will take our panelists, if we may, in alphabetical order of their surnames. So we'll start, if we may, with Professor Kaniewska from the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan for your opening reflections, please.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation to take part in this very important panel. And I would like to start from just a very short characteristic of my university, because it's I believe it's very important to compare from the place from which we start to the place in which we are now. Adam Mickiewicz University is a comprehensive university where the very strong part is humanistic and social sciences, and it's very important for us, and it determines our activities also in the IDUB program. Because one of the goals, which was very important for us, was to make our scholars from humanistic and social science, but especially humanistic, to let's say make them less shy and push them to publish in international high scores magazines, high scores. Also publishing houses, and we observe very high growth of the number of publication of humanistic and social sciences in international periodics. So it's something I think it's a main goal and kind of transformation, because in my opinion it's not so difficult to transform the structure, the procedures. What is the most difficult to transform, to change, is the way of thinking, is the mode of being of academics. And some of academics, they were sure that they should be rather in the internal scholar, internal research, that the most important for them is to publish in let's say high estimated Polish magazines. No, it's magazine is not the good word. Journals, of course. Sorry. Sorry, as it was said about the old man, so this also the matter of PESEL, as you know, in Poland we call it. Okay. So this is which we've changed it, that we make people to publish in international journals, and it was done in STEM, but it wasn't done before in humanistic and social sciences. Other thing which is what was changed at our university is connected with the international projects. We start with one project of ERC, from ERC, and now we have 4 of them. Of course, 4 ERC projects, it's not much when you compare it to Sweden, Great Britain, Germany. But if you compare the number 1, which was the ERC of someone from Denmark, who came to us to realize the project. Some of them of us knew the story, which was rather complicated, let's say. And now we have 4 our own scholars who are providing the ERC projects, and between them we have one project of in humanistic, social sciences. And we see how active our scholars became. Why? Because we strongly supported in the IDUB program all these activities connected with international projects, especially ERC projects. What more? We made a very good research program for students. And every year we have more and more people, students, young students, willing to conduct their own research. They get money for it, and then they have the special conference where they present the results of the project. And last but not least, you strongly underline the problem of working culture. It's something we've done a lot. We provide now the anti-discrimination strategy. We have the no-paper procedures. We have most of the procedures are digital or administrative procedures. We provide special events for our administrative staff. We have the inclusive strategy. We made some surveys about mobbing, sexual harassment, and the working culture at the whole university. We provide the whole mediation program, negotiation program, and we broadened the program of ombudsman, and I think it will be enough for the first part.
Thank you very much, and that has certainly for me prompted a few questions. We'll take questions at the end of the session. I should have mentioned that you're only a couple of minutes over time. For the other speakers, if you find me shifting forward in my chair, you'll know time to wrap up.
Okay.
But that's fine. Our panelists have very conveniently organized themselves in alphabetical order, so thank you for doing that. We turn now to Professor Patricia Maciej to give her reflections.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. This is my pleasure to share our experiences with IDUB. Going to your question, I remember the conference in Gdańsk, and at that time I said that the most important thing of IDUB for my university is the application culture. And I would repeat it, and it didn't change in the, I think it was 2 years ago when we met in Gdańsk. So the application culture, and by this I mean that every single złotych that we used for the IDUB program was given to our scholars by different calls and application procedures. And for those of us who are not very familiar with application for external funding, it was a lesson to learn how to apply, how to implement the idea, and last but not least, which is very important for me, how to evaluate our results of the small projects and to turn it into the bigger ideas, bigger projects for the external funding. So that's for me one of the most important added value of the IDUB program. And it was implemented horizontally for all disciplines and all faculties, no matter of what kind of research area the people are involved in. So that's the first thing. Maybe one more thing. We already have implemented other program, the European University Alliance, which we have organized the same way as the IDUB. So the same participatory model and the application model of all activities we have planned for the European University Alliance. So which means that this kind of governance was, in my opinion, the good choice to mobilize all the researchers and members of our community to participate actively in the planned activities. The second point would be the snowball effect that I have been observing in the last 4 years in access to IDUB activities. By this I mean some of us have started with small grants for the pilot research projects or mobilities, and then they were more active to apply and to ask for more money for other activities. What was very important for us on the level of internationalization was also the we have invested in the mobilities for our researchers going to the good universities all around the world. With the time, I see that the first round of evaluation was a little bit lower than my expectations, but the second evaluation has proven that every single visit has brought us something, publication or a network of researchers who applied for external money. And I've seen also the connection between the mobility outside mobility program and the visiting professors program. So those of us who went somewhere abroad, of course, came back with the network and invited scholars to come to the university and work further on the application or joint publications together, which of course brought us the added value. The third point, of course, no doubt, investment in cutting-edge equipment, but it's not all, of course, it's not only about the equipment in laboratories, but also the better way of applying for external funding, and also it allowed us to invite more people to our labs and to our research teams to work together with us. Fourth, investment in young scholars. I would say I'm very proud and particularly proud of the results of PhD students in terms of publications, highly ranked publications, and also applications for the National Center of Science, for the grants for the young scholars, for the PhD students. And maybe I end here because, of course, it would be good to say a little bit about the connection between research and teaching, but I leave it for the next round.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sticking very carefully to time. We move on now to our host for this meeting, Professor Marek Pawełczyk. For your comments, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this very special panel. And you touched the very important things which changed the operation of our universities. We are talking about the change of the culture. So what does it mean, in fact, in case of our university? First of all, we define some tools for the staff members, for the PhD students, and for the students to be able to apply independent on the structure. No matter where they are working, to which discipline they are related, to who is the head of the department, of the dean, they have exactly the same opportunity to apply to the central funding. And we offer very special incentives to those who are, to two groups, I may say. First group is those who are very active, to increase the possibilities for them to be even more engaged, to reach some contacts internationally, to apply for prominent grants, and also to try to publish in the best journals. But the other thing is that we also invest in those who have ideas, and the ideas is not very well developed at the moment, and perhaps they would not be able to successfully apply for some grants elsewhere, but we want to invest in those people. These are early stage researchers, these are PhD students or even students. So if we believe that something can be developed by them, we need to give them the opportunity. We allow for some funding, we define some breakthrough research grants, but also we allow for some contacts. We somehow foster the contacts between researchers on different stages to cooperate together. And this is not only limited to the university, because we also want to integrate this with the economic environment, but also with the high school students. I mentioned in my talk that we, at our university, are well known for offering PBL projects to students. Just to mention that currently we are running about 300 project-based learning projects. So these are made by a small group of students, about 5 persons, together with the help of 3 supervisors, but also with many consultants from industry. But following that idea, we also try to engage the high school students, because we believe that, first of all, this is our investment. We want to be an institution in our region and in the country which also offers something to the community. But also we believe that those people will come to our university, not only if not to our university, perhaps to the others, but this will be a well-educated generation. And investing in a very specific way, reaching the bold goals, which were not successfully reached before, the people being supported in such a way that they know that they can try to submit their publications, their results, to the most prominent journals. And they are successful. I mentioned the numbers, that we tripled the percentage of publications in top 10 journals. In top 1, we increased this by 10 times. So it means something, that the people, first of all, become more braver. And they can apply, they can wait for the results. And we invest. We don't rush them. We don't say, okay, that because of the evaluation system in our country, for instance, you need to reach the very specific goals, in a very short time. We believe that if there is an idea, if there are some contacts, they can be further developed. And such kind of approach is also appreciated by the people from abroad. When we started inviting the prominent researchers from abroad to come to our university, at the beginning, those who were interested came from some selected countries. But currently, at our university, we have people from Canada, from Switzerland, from France, from the Western Europe and also from the America continent. And those people are coming with the ideas, with the contacts, but also the indicators are very good. So they are also motivating our university staff to be well organized. What is important, you mentioned that there are also the procedures. So first of all, we need to be very transparent. That's why we organize some, or the main, I would even say, the main incentive programs in a way which is even not based on a competition. All the people know that if they reach some or they meet some defined criteria, they will be supported. And the system is very stable. So we are not skipping some programs, we are not canceling some programs from year to year. We are upgrading them. For instance, when we supported the publications in top 10 and top 1 journals, and the number of people publishing in top 10 journals were very high, we decided, okay, so let's move them to a bit higher level. So let's define top 5 criterion. Yes, and this has allowed us to increase the number very significantly. So those publishing in top 10 started to try to submit in and publish in top 5 and then top 1. And also we say, okay, there are very many agencies in Poland which support the research. For instance, NCN, NCBR, and so on. But we fully appreciate and we support submitting the grants to applications to the grants. We allow and support organizing teams. We support interdisciplinary research. We also support breakthrough research, but also fundamental research for those people who have some ideas, and the ideas are not mature yet to be successfully submitted for those grants. But we say, okay, you can invest in those grants, but we strongly believe that most of the money are in the European Commission, and you should submit there. So that's why the strongest support goes to those people trying to submit to the European Commission. That's why investment into international collaboration is so important. I also mentioned that 5 years ago, the percentage of publications with international co-author was 20% at our university. Now it's 56%. So it means that the people are going to different locations, they are looking for the contacts, because first of all, that they know that they will get some extra opportunities from the university. It wouldn't be possible without IDUB program. We invested 95% of the money got from IDUB program into the human capital. Only 5% we invested into some infrastructure. And the infrastructure is also very, very nice. When you are walking over the campus, you can see the Student Creativity Center. This is the 5%. But this is very specific investment because it shows how we want to integrate people on different levels, students, doctoral students, and researchers. So the Student Creativity Center was designed with the participation of the students. Students from architecture, from civil engineering, from environmental engineering, tried to design the infrastructure. And they also participated in creation of this Student Creativity Center. And now they are the hosts of this. So they know it from the very beginning, they were involved, and that's why it will allow them to operate as they wish. So these are the main ideas for our university. And we believe that we are on a good track. So, according to the outcomes of the visit of the international experts in 2023, we accommodated some of the tasks we are implementing in IDUB. For instance, if 3 months stays in foreign universities was too challenging to many people because of different, let's say, culture in our country this time. Yes, different possibilities related to the family commitments. We defined, okay, we support also some other kinds of stay, shorter, more oriented, or some specific criteria. This is an example how we are approaching and how we are improving our task performance within IDUB. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You'll have noticed that my body language is being tested here. I'm almost falling off the front of my chair. But thank you. Your enthusiasm is infectious. Professor Wilder.
Well, it's a bit difficult for me because I am the fourth one and most of the words were already here said. But to make you more interested in this debate, I love to be provocative, So I don't fully agree with Lauritz that this is the marathon. This is not the marathon. This is the sprint, marathon, marathon, sprint, and so on, yes? And the beginning of the program was the sprint. So in the very beginning of the how to handle it, how to arrange it, you know, this was like completely different than going slowly and thinking what's supposed to be in your future. And we did this program of about 40 different activities, and we called it with the particles in Latin. So, for example, the most prestigious programs that are devoted to the top scientists are the precious metals like argentum or platinum. And the radioactive particles are devoted to young scientists and to the students' programs. And actually asking me if these programs were set at the beginning are exactly the same, no. We must change them, as already Marek said, and must adapt and must add the new programs. And actually this is, I think, what makes us successful, that we always try to adapt to what the people are expecting. And giving some numbers, so we also tripled the top 10 percentile citation. One thing which I was surprised, I have this data, I will not read it to you because it will be quickly boring to you. So in terms of the international participation in our papers, we started from around 10%, and after 4 years, we have 54% participation in our papers. That means that more than 50% of papers are together with the person which is either from Poland, but with the stress on the international cooperation. So tell me, going from 10 to 54, I think none of the European country would be able to do such jump, you know, and in Poland we can. So this is I'm trying to tell you. With all these activities, for example, you said that the young people are important in the process. So we did the structural solution. We have the committee of young people, that only young people can be there, and they got a direct channel to the rector to contact. And actually several of the initiatives we already implemented. And I was surprised how happy they are that they have at least very small possibility to influence the structure of the university. They're absolutely happy. But then again, to try to keep them at the university is for a very difficult task. And as you already said, the replacement of the high experts and PhD students and so on, and then to replace and stay at the university, this is a truly task. And I think without the status of the IDUB, we here in Gdańsk will never had a chance to do this job. And I will talk in the status in the end. So what's the true importance of this application of the set of the 40 programs, etc.? I think it's the cultural change. This is what really changed. This was already said, you know, our distribution of money 5 years ago was more divided: faculty, rector, faculty, head of the laboratory, and then some unexplained, untransparent rules. Now everything is transparent. Everyone can apply, everyone can say this is wrong, everyone can do. So this is something which, even if the IDUB program will not be maintained, although I hope that the minister has different idea and he will maintain it, yes, then we will have the set of people that think in different way and can go and can progress and can develop. And this is something which I believe is very, very important. I have to say that about 5 major activities. This is one, it's about science, which is just 1 out of 5. The next 2, we were very successful. Sorry, and the next final 2, we were not successful, but I believe we will have a chance to talk about what was not successful. So adding up my, I hope not too long speech about the opening statement, this was very much stressed here that in IDUB program we're supposed to make international visibility. We must show that we have the ambition. I will joke now a little bit. May I, Lauritz? You know, I am the 2nd term rector, and I was thinking what should be the motto, what should be the slogan for my election for attracting people. And you know, I said that it's to be better than MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, to overtake MIT. And if I would set the slogan at the 5 years earlier when I was applying for my first time, they would said idiot, you know. It might not happen, you know, something wrong with his mind. And in the 2nd term, when I said this is my motto, to be better than MIT, some people said, of course, come on, Chris, you know, no money, no possibility. But some said, look, in some certain activities, we are close. They found like Sayval, Clarivate, something related index showing our improvement divided by number of researchers, yes? So we can always find some index that will show how good you are, and they say, look, at the beginning we are far from MIT, and now in these lines, look, this is MIT and you're just a little bit below, you know, so, and this is something what I have to prove. This is the cultural change of people, of way of thinking, that now they say, of course, we'll never reach MIT within 20 years, or maybe 10 years, I should be optimistic, yes. But then again, they say, okay, this might be possible. And the other two things, maybe I have no time, I'm looking at Simon, he's still in his position, safe position, so I can still have a few minutes, yes? He's writing, yes? So the other part will be to think about how to teach students. And I had this trip to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and they had this innovative teaching center. Yes, and this was like a structural team of people dedicated to teach others how to teach. By the way, the word teach is not anymore right. You should not teach. You should engage student in the dialogue. You should try to ask him to self-learn. You should be the partner, mentor, and so on. So I should not call teaching anymore. And we opened such center 3 years ago. There's only 12 people there. It's expensive, but then again, we did it. And at the beginning, they ask only people voluntarily to take part in the teaching and saying you should divide your class, how to make it attractive, do the active learning, change the way you interact with the students. Because in our university, I believe in your university too, more classical teaching is still present. Person goes to lecture, talks for 45 minutes or sometimes 1.5 hours, and that's it. And they say, no, with this young generation, Z, Alpha, you should not work in this way because you will lose them. That's what the Americans told me. And we did such center and we did such teaching. And then after this 3 years of work, hard work and establishing a new identity, and believe me, most of the people was against this. I had to, maybe force is the wrong word, but just kindly ask them to participate. So in the end, we forced some people to go through such process of learning how to arrange your class to make it attractive. We have over 10 classes that are equipped with gamification. So this is like a game that students together with running the class can go through and have benefits and so on. And they like it. Yes, they like it, the youngest students, yes. So at present, we managed to put about 40% of our teachers and our scientists through this process of how to make their classes important, how the class is attractive. And this is the thing we were kind of also engaging lots of energy. And saying about the general statement about what I think about our success, this is also a little bit about what's the success of the Gdańsk Tech. I must brag a little bit myself. So, we are thanks to Warsaw University of Technology and Krzysztof Zaremba. Just thanks to him. We are in the Enhance Alliance, in the university Enhance. And with this university, this is like almost top universities. This is ETH Zurich, there is TU Berlin, NTNU Trondheim, Milano, Valencia, Chalmers, all of them are with 100, ETH Zurich 20 in the Shanghai League and so on, so on. And 2 weeks ago there was an election. And this election for the head of the Rector's board, I was elected the one who is going to run the alliance for next 2 years. I don't think it will be possible if there will be no IDUB and no Gdańsk Tech visible as ambitious or as a university that has a way, he knows what he wants. And ending up, we managed to improve our status. And in my opinion, if no IDUB program, we would never do such job in a so short time. So thank you, Minister, for this program. And please extend it for the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, this session is intended to be a discussion, so I would encourage you to come forward with any thoughts you have, and indeed the panelists to discuss amongst themselves as well. But perhaps to get things started, I refer to a couple of points which are related to culture, and I don't want to steal the thunder of this afternoon's session on work culture, but this is such, I think, an important issue right at the head, right at the top line of the possible effects of the IDUB program. And I wanted to direct attention to two particular aspects of that. The first is that in my notes for today, I had prepared some comments which were along the lines that 2 universities emphasized cultural change in their written submissions, 2 universities didn't. I'm reassured by your comments because, in fact, I think there may be a difference of interpretation of what working culture meant. So, Professor Kaniewski, you emphasized and you referred to working culture in terms of opportunities, equality of opportunities, and so on. I think what I would suggest we think about as culture is perhaps the way you two at the end interpreted it, was the level of ambition and the extent to which individuals are driven by research objectives and so on. That seems to me a broader interpretation of ambition. But that prompts two questions, if I may. The first, prompted by, Chris, your comments about, shall we say, heterogeneity of ambition. And I was reminded, as you were speaking, by an experience I had at Queen Mary University of London. During my time as rector, we were invited to join the Russell Group of Universities, which is a prestigious accolade in the UK. The response of my fellow academics was very interesting, because many of them said, well, of course, not before time. This is overdue. We have deserved to be in the Russell Group for many years. On the other end of the range were academics who said, oh, really? Surely we're not that good, are we? So a real heterogeneity of ambition. And I wonder if you would each reflect on that, the extent of the problem that might be associated with that heterogeneity. Second aspect, if I may, to bring out, is that in many of the written submissions, there was a reference to sometimes the administrative support, the professional services colleagues, being a little bit of a brake on progress. And I wondered whether that suggested that there was much more work to be done to raise the level of ambition and engagement of those colleagues alongside the level of ambition of universities, which I think all participants in the IDUB program have successfully done with academic colleagues. Is there more work to be done with our professional services colleagues? Who would like to comment on either or both of those aspects? Please.
Working culture. This is the point I'm going to take, because I think it's also the matter of the definition of the way of understanding the term, because as you are saying that working culture is connected with research, scholar ambitions, yes, of course, but university is the structure in which we should see also this all this support stuff. So first of all, I understand the working culture as the let's say atmosphere at the university and creating the feeling that we are playing in one team. I mean the administrative staff and the scholars and so on. And when we look at the results of IDUB program, I could observe in the group of scholars, the group which is very engaged, very active, and very ambitious, and they took all what is possible from IDUB program, and group who is saying, we are not so interested in this program. It's the program for the best people, not for us. So for this group of people, we created some activities, some application. One is called Better Than Before. The second, which we are going to introduce this year, is the program for people, help me, who were not present yet in the IDUB program and so on. For newcomers, IDUB for newcomers. Let's say when we look at the administrative stuff, we also have two groups: people who are engaged in the new way of working, and people who are against. And when I observe it, mostly the central administrative staff is closer to the IDUB program than people working in departments. So it's my first understanding of working culture at the university, which is connected not only with the scholar activities. And if we are talking about the scholar activities, we've did something what was also mentioned by Patricia, the way of application to work by projects, by achievements, and so on, so on. So I think they are transformation of working culture at my university.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Just first and then Marek.
Okay, so just briefly, because Krzysztof mentioned this ambitious and also enthusiasm around the IDUB program, and I agree that it was important in the very beginning for I would say rather small group of those involved in writing and the first phase of application, implementation of the program. But now I do believe that we are talking more about the sense of belonging to the program, which is broader for the community. So with the number of people who use the money of IDUB for different activities, I think then the sense of belonging to the program and the sense of implementing the changes, not only in the small parts of it, but in the general governance of the university and the working culture, the sense of belonging is much bigger, and it's also something which is nice and important for me. But I would like to add two things to this, because I think that we also change our way to adaptation to changes, because what is important for me is the ongoing evaluation of the program. That we are not looking at the statistics, bibliometrics, and the results once a year when we need to report on the results, but we are doing the ongoing evaluation of each and every single activity. And based on the evaluation, we made a lot of changes during, and I agree with Krzysztof that it was a spring, the marathon, a spring, and a change, another change. The changes were made based on the evaluation of the single activities, and it's something which is also important for any other activity and any other program implemented by the university. And last thing, Krzysztof, you mentioned too many things. I think we are in a very interesting moment of the change of culture of teaching, because we have also implemented the tutorial academy and a lot of programs around challenge-based teaching, research-based teaching, community-based teaching. So through the new and innovative methods based also on visits in other universities, we try to change not only research, which was in my opinion, the most important part of IDUB, but also teaching. I stop here.
Thank you. Marek, you wanted to come in.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. And I also would like to refer to what Krzysztof said about the spring. That is true because, for instance, in our system, we needed to make some very fast steps, like we are mentioning sometimes that, let's say, Poland skipped pagers, skipped checks. And we moved to high technology in finance, and the same we need to do in case of higher education and science, because if we are doing this very gradually, slowly, we will never reach the fast developing universities in the world. So this is the fact that at the beginning, to motivate the others, to show that we are able to reach them, we need to move fast. And I would also like to appreciate the administration very much, because without the administration it wouldn't be possible to do anything. I mentioned that in our university just last year in 2023, 2,500 people were beneficiaries of the IDUB program, and some of them several times. because they were successful, let's say, in international collaboration, in publication, in project and something. So to make everything transparent, we need to evaluate everything very fairly. So we need to get applications, we need to read the applications, we need to ask the researchers sometimes to correct something, yes, because we don't want to reject because somebody made a mistake. So the administration staff should be very, very much open and very much flexible. And this is a huge job. So I appreciate the engagement very much. They don't have too much from that because they don't have additional remuneration. But if we are talking with them, they are very happy that they can work in a very, very fast developing and successful university. So this is a motivation because they can be proud of this. And this is what makes me feel also comfortable because I know that all the time I have behind the administrative staff very much engaged. And the administration is one thing. The other thing is that organization, because we need to ask also the researchers, not only do the research, but as you mentioned, Patricia and Bogusia and Krzysztof, that we need to improve our teaching system. Yes, so we need to reach for some modern solutions. Somebody needs to do this. So the researchers, the academic teachers need to also put themselves in a kind of organization or administrative role, yes, because they need to teach the others, they also need to evaluate, they need to promote something, yes. So this is for the success of the university, the engagement, not only in the area of comfort, like researchers in the area of research, administration in the area of research, they need to mix, they need to understand each other. So I'm very proud that this is happening. Thank you.
Chris.
So commenting on ambitious and how to deal with it, I think I will have difficulty after Bogusia, after you to say, but I'll just give an example, yes. I don't like socialism. This is my statement, yes. I'm against socialism, yes. And this is because I want to say that most of the researchers tells me, give us equal money. And my answer is no, there won't be equal money. If you are a really good one and if you want to make a big change, I will give you as much money as it is possible. And with the program Iconic Scholar, I don't want to go into details of the whole programs, we manage kind of to, how to say, I don't know, support the person to the level that he got the distinguished, how it's called, what kind of research? Highly cited researcher. Thank you very much, yes. So this highly cited researcher status is by Clarivate, and there's only 6 people, doesn't matter of nationality in Poland, they've got this highly cited researcher status. And he got it. It is a relatively young person without the professor's title, just habilitation. We don't need habilitation, I agree, but this is a different story. And he got the highly cited researcher status. You know what it generated? It generated envy. Lots of people said, wait a minute, you cannot give so much money to one person who stayed and have so much success, you must divide this money different. And this is the purpose that we are directors at a certain moment said hardly, no, we want someone to be in the first, I don't know how to say, visible element of the science. And then again, what already Bogusia said, there must be lots of programs, especially for this middle part of the researchers, younger researchers, to help them to enter this path. But it doesn't have to be that everyone is equal. That's what I want to state. And just one more comment, or maybe this one, and I will have still a few words to say, okay?
I'd like to ask you a question. As the scholar who didn't get the money, you gave all the money to the best one, and I'm this average, so how can I improve without money?
It's different thing.
That's a question.
It's different thinking. I didn't give all the money to one person.
No,
actually,
went
in percentage, he didn't get much.
No, but in fact,
I say envy and do the same, and then you will get lots of money.
With no money.
No, but I'm saying we have 40 programs always. And all of these programs are for younger, advanced, not advanced. Everyone has a chance.
You said you are provocative, so now I'm provocative. And answer me as my rector. How can I do it? I have no money for proofreading, for translating.
Transparently and officially. So you have an Iconic Scholar program, and you give the reason that you must have this papers. Again, someone help me. Most visible papers. Highly cited papers, highly cited researchers. Thank you very much. Highly cited papers, and this is the reason that people who have 5, 6, 7, or 10 highly cited papers, the number of those people is limited. And this program is not needing much money. It's a cheap program, the cheapest actually one. But it supports the one which is like very, very dedicated to have a success. And I'm saying that ambitious people should be, I don't know, asked to be ambitious in every level. Yes, that's my statement. But I don't want to be just talking out
before you go on. The meaning of the word moderator, of course, is to try and moderate arguments between the panel. But this is great that this is generating discussion. Can I suggest, however, that the commonality between the two of you is that you would both agree that there should be a meritocracy in terms of support, but that merit can be based on past achievement and on potential. And then I think you are finding common ground between the two. But tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah. That's just one thing. It's easier for you as a rector of technical university because you all are working in the same field. Yeah? And how to compare the money need the biologist, chemist, and, for example, as I am, Polish philologist. Yeah? And how can I say to a person who represents, for example, the Polish linguistic, do the same as these people who gain 200 points at chemistry department? That's the problem for me. I can do the same. Shall I publish in the chemical journal?
I should be different. Should be different rules.
So it's not so easy because in different fields, when they differ much, people have different possibilities. That's what I would like to tell you as my rector, who didn't give me the money for my very important research, which are connected with children literature in Poland, for example.
My other job as moderator is to make sure all four panelists have an equal opportunity. Marek, I think, was first and then Patricia.
Sure, it's possible, I think, because we are doing this in such a way. So, for instance, if people are representing different areas, and if we refer to the international, for instance, just as an example, because we also have over 30 quality programs. So, you, for instance, refer to international databases. They compare the journals in terms of the areas. Yes. So those who are on top. No. Not working. For instance, you have social sciences. Yes, you have sciences and the others. But it's not the only solution. I mentioned we have over 30 quality programs, so this is only one of them. Another one, for instance, we have scientific disciplines and we have priority research areas. So we dedicate a certain number of grants to those disciplines. So they compete between the people related to these areas. Yes. So, for instance, those in a field, for instance, representing philology, will be compared with those representing also philology.
We do it.
Yeah.
I only was asking.
Don't forget your microphone, please. Microphone.
Sorry. About the best people, which are high citated. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the high citated scientists are mostly in STEM.
Yeah, but
and social science. Yeah.
It was an example, I think.
Yeah.
But, I will do it last time. Priority research area. You define your priority research area, so you don't have to put money to. Spend money to all of it. Yes, you decide where you focus on.
Yep.
I wanted to finish, but maybe I will have.
Well, I think Patricia next, and then back to you.
I think I agree that it's much more difficult to diversify the criteria in the comprehensive universities where you have different disciplines. However, it is possible because we use different categories to different research areas if we evaluate the outcomes of the program. And in my personal opinion, some of our colleagues from biotechnology, physics, mathematics, or IT, they've been already good before the IDUB. And I'm happy that they are on the good level. But what makes me very happy is the improvement in the disciplines where we're behind. Like there was a huge improvement in all our philology disciplines for different languages, and they improve in their publications, which prove that the criteria we developed, I hope, are good for diverse disciplines in the comprehensive university, which once again, it's not that easy to manage, guys.
You know, we don't envy you. Believe me. That's what I heard sometimes, that this is a completely different world, you know, so we don't envy you. I just want to complete the statement, yes, because Marek started on the discussion of administration, which I want to say a few words, and I completely agree with him. You know, to make some people more ambitious in terms of science, some results, you know, build a laboratory, have a new equipment, have some excellent results, like we have the two science papers we never had in the history of Gdańsk University of Technology before, you know. So this is like we did something which was not achievable before, yes. But with administration it's different, you know, because there is a, like, I don't know, common knowledge that this is boring job with a very low money. It's stable, but actually you don't do much and they don't pay you much. This is the philosophy, basically, which wins with the administration. And this is the challenge. And you know, 3 years ago, I wanted to rebuild the human resources activity, and I saying that we'll set a center and we'll reorganize it completely, you know, to make it actually more corporate, more similar to the companies. Since we have digital tools to govern the university, automatically, systematically we go further and further into a more corporate system, which I believe is cheaper and most likely sooner or later will go into such solution. And then doing this, actually, I was boycotted by my administration. They didn't want to do any change. Not possible, illegal, you're supposed not to do it, and so on. And then I wanted to, in the competition, select the person from outside the university. 2 times, they managed to not allow us to select the person. So finally, I had to do the, how to say, you know, king. We are not kings, I know, but the king decision, you know, that you will do, this is the program, and let's do it. So after 2.5 years of building this HI center, you know, we try to put a development path for the administration, saying that you are possible to change your place where you sit, that you have some career possibilities, that you can do something. And I believe that this is the answer to the survey we did. You know, the new staff which comes to administration tells that I don't want to work with you for my life. I don't know if I will work 1 year. I definitely will not work for more than 5 years. I'm saying the young people who come to work with administration, at the very beginning, they are not going to be devoted to the university. Yes, so we must give them some possibility to develop, and this 2 years work that we done, it's just in the beginning, no, not in the beginning, in the middle, yes. And this is the issue also, we could do this because of the IDUB program, yes. This is also thanks to the thinking about the university as a total, how to improve it. I said it many times in these conferences, I don't treat IDUB program as a program which goes a grant program, one of the hundreds. I have more money in other programs when you look at this, but this I treat as a possibility to reform the university. Yes, and I want to change all the aspects if possible, using this IDUB program as a, not excuse, as a challenge, as a possibility to be better.
Good, thank you. Let me emphasize again that the contributions from the audience would be welcome. Raise your hand if you would. I'm half blinded here by the lights, but there is one here. Let me come back to you in just one moment, and it may be relevant to your question. You've mentioned the incentivization of individual academics in particular. Is there a risk of having a division within your universities of inside IDUB or outside IDUB? Is there a risk that culture develops, or has it developed? That people think, in fact, I think, Bogmila, you referred to this in a way that some people think IDUB is not for them. Is this something that is hard to break down, or are you achieving that?
I can say just very shortly. Yes, it could be at the beginning, but if we offered some very well-defined programs, and the people know that the programs are waiting for them. So, for instance, if somebody can reach some goals, sometimes with the help of the others, may say, okay, there is an effective group, so I offer my help, I will join you. Yes, and I will do some research with you. I do what I can, what I'm able to do. And in this way, they can join the groups. They can gain some international partners. We also appreciate even international activities like inviting somebody from abroad to come to our university, even such activities. So in different ways, the people can join. That's why I mentioned just last year, 2,500 people joined these programs.
Thank you.
May I? I agree with Krzysztof that I understand IDUB not as a program or research program, but as a strategy for changes. And what is important for this kind of activities, which were particularly successful or popular among our scholars, we found money outside the IDUB budget to finance these activities more. Like we invested much more for publication, proofreading, open access, etc., because this money in the IDUB budget was not enough to cover the high level of expectations from our scholars. So this was important. And one thing about the administration, because Krzysztof said that it's important, and for me, I think the experiences gained by the IDUB program among administration are very important, because you started the discussion with the statement, what happens when we finish the IDUB, let's say tomorrow. I think we also gain a lot of experiences in administration, and I know that the team from my IDUB office will be very welcome at the university, even if we finish the program, because I know that they can do much more than managing the program only. They learned a lot of bibliometrics, research, international cooperation, etc. And final word, what helped me to change the administration in the last years was the connection between IDUB and the European University Alliances, where we involve administration in really an everyday work on the international level, because they just need to do it in order to manage the alliance. So the connection between those two, I think, added a lot in the last years. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps the last point on this topic, and then we'll go to the audience.
I only want to say that all the society of the university take the advantage of the program, but not all of them are conscious. Not all of them know it, notice it. For example, when we implement the central system of analysis or central system of internal rules and law, and we all use it, or the procedures going without papers, but the visibility of the program is not so much. That's something we are working on. That's why we organize the day of IDUB at Adam Mickiewicz University after the midterm evaluation, when it was said that the program is not seen enough at the university.
Okay. Thank you. Let's turn to the audience then. The first hand I saw was here, but I think there was another one over there as well. Yes. So.
Thanks. Arek Wójs, Wrocław Tech. Let me ask you about two problems. One is that sometimes people occupy research teaching positions and don't actually engage in research. And the second problem is when you force people to engage in research and publish, they may show unethical behavior, abuse, and so on. Did you see improvement in the first problem? How do you monitor, and do you see a problem of the second kind?
Thank you very much. Who would like to address either or both of those?
I will answer. I'm not forcing anyone. We are not forcing anyone to take part, to publish. It's the obligation every scholar has. And about the teaching staff, they are involved in some programs which are connected with modernization of the teaching process. It's very, very short.
So their innovation is on the pedagogical side then, rather than the research side. Thank you. Right?
We want to engage people in research because those who are on a research position or teaching and research position need to do research. Obviously, there is an assessment system at our university, but it is just only in reference to some minimum criteria, yes? But what we expect to be more effective, yes, because this is very important for the university to be well evaluated, to be promoted, to get some additional funding, which is also for the development of the individual careers. That's why what we offer in the IDUB program is showing, okay, if you are effective, please have a look at your colleagues who are effective. You can get additional money. The money can be to increase your remuneration, can be used to travel abroad, can be used to have some small grants at the university, which will foster the research and then increase the success rate of the application in external funding. So these are the motivation tools. So not punishing. Absolutely. Yes, definitely, yes.
Thank you. The question over here, yes, please. Microphone is coming.
Thank you very much, Lucyna Woźniak, Medical University of Łódź. Congratulations to your achievements and very dynamic development based upon IDUB finances. I have a short question to all of you. If you had reduced your subsidy by 5 and get only 2%, which of the programs you developed you would leave as the most powerful and the most important?
Thank you. Very interesting question. All of you are hoping that you won't be in that position, but the hypothetical is, what would you do? Chris,
I see they don't want to talk, so maybe I will be the first. First time I will be the first, okay? So I think, if you ask me, those who show the visibility of our university, so this iconic scholar related to the IDUB program, I will stay because it's not expensive. And then I will concentrate on the young career programs that we have. Basically, this will be the first part of the activity. And I think we wouldn't have a possibility to do this huge didactic programs, this teaching program, this innovating learning teaching center. Probably it will be 1/2 of it or maybe 1/3, but we will leave it. Yes, this will be the like doing the most important our activities. And probably, I don't know, these objectives in our application was to reach, I don't know, the most important institution in science of order of something 200, 120, I'm not sure. We did triple it. So we do spend money, to go some places, to have the relation, to have these letters of memorandum of understanding and so on. And many of them are not that much active. So most likely I will kind of be more selective, like trying to target only these places where I have more, maybe not I'm sure, but I have more probability that there will be something coming after this initiation of collaboration. So this is more or less the accents of our activity, if we don't have 10, but 2%. But if we have 0% in the future, hopefully not. This is don't listen to me now, yes? But if the IDUB program will not be continued or whatever, I think some of the programs will stay at the university. And some way of managing the university, governance of the university will be the same. This cultural change will remain. That's, I think, because this is more effective way of running the university and having the achievements for all of it and be visible and be successful in the mission. And the mission, basically, it's to, I believe now, not the numbers, not the things that you have more or less share in the top 10% of journals, but it's the impact university, what we can really do for the society, for the Pomerania region, Poland and Europe. This is what I believe is the major target. Thank you.
I think we can all agree that we are dealing with a hypothesis here. None of us is advocating a reduction to 2% or 0, but I do think it's helpful in directing attention on the real priorities. All right, next.
Very good question. Complementing to what was already said, I would say that the scale of some of the incentives could be decreased. I will give you just only one example. For instance, at our university last year we had 300 project-based learning projects, and plus about 200 projects for the student scientific associations, plus also over 100 projects with external partners, with secondary schools and so on. So for each of the projects we support also financially in such a way that we say, okay, if you are making the project, perhaps you need some investments, you can buy some materials and so on. And otherwise, if we don't have the money from IDUB, we would say, okay, please define the project in such a way that you can use what you have already in your lab. Okay, so the saving would be quite large. Perhaps it would limit the extent of the projects, but it would be possible to somehow. Also, we say, okay, for the academic staff, those who are engaged in the project, we say, okay, we can reduce your teaching load to be more engaged in the projects, yes. But it became so attractive for the people. So I believe that what they gain from working with the students during the project is very important from the scientific achievements, because many times they result in publications or applications for projects and so on. So even without the teaching load, they could do this, I believe. At the beginning, it was important to invest, because in this sense, the people could be convinced that this is a very effective way. Otherwise, perhaps they would not join this. Now they joined, they know how it is important, yes? So even with the reduced funding, it would be possible.
Sure.
Thank you. I believe in mobilities and I believe in networking, so I will leave the program on mobilities. It's a little bit tricky because we have used all the money for mobilities, and after we used all the money from Erasmus+. And in the last 4 years we moved in terms of money we spent from Erasmus+ to the 3rd place in Poland in terms of mobilities. Because, you know, those of us who use the money from IDUB to stay abroad and work on the network, on the team, then they use the other resources to stay like ongoing every day with in touch with those people from other universities. So mobilities, young scholars definitely, and pilot projects. So all the money for the pilot projects, helping to develop a bigger idea and applying for bigger grants. So the three things. But I believe I would have the money more than 0 and more than 2%, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
So I would stay with the supporting scientists who are applying for international projects, especially ERC, and of course supporting the ERC, the scientists who are working at the university with ERC project. Then I would leave all the programs for postdocs, PhD students, and the research-based, the research of students, because I believe supporting young people is the most important item, problem for all the universities, and not only the universities, but should be the most important problem for Polish politics. What more, I would spend also some money for the synergy for strategic partnership, and in this case the most important would be our partners from the European University, because as you know the pilot program is coming to the end, and we are going to save not the project, to save the cooperation we've already established.
Thank you. If you'll forgive us encroaching on your lunch break for a short while, as we started late, we have time for another question, which is right here. Please. Oh, I don't think I can deny our chair the final word.
Thank you, Staszek Kistrin, Jagiellonian University. I would go in the opposite direction than Lucyna. No, exactly. So what you are all thinking, we are all thinking about the next turn of the program. So what ambitious goals you would, 2 or 3 goals you would see in the next round, such that, Minister Gzik will go back and say, we need to secure twice as much money so that those goals are realized.
Okay. Let's start in the middle this time. Patricia, do you want to start? And I'm sure you all have a contribution. Okay, if you want a bit more time,
you can give us the money. Just
no. I need the money. I know what to do. Marek, but
okay.
If you want,
Marek is ready. So go.
Okay. I can tell you that in fact I will need so much money because our programs were defined in such a way that we set high expectations to be the beneficiary of the programs. So at the beginning, we used only very little part of the money. For the first 2 years, it was perhaps 30% or even less what was planned for those years. But now in the second part of the implementation of the IDUB, we are spending much more than on average for a year. So if the IDUB is continued over 7 years, we would lack the money. Yes, because more and more money we spend every year. So on average, this is planned in such a way that the whole money will be used for the period of the IDUB. But when it is extended, much more money is needed to continue the programs.
Patricia, you thought of something.
Yes, but maybe I say it more broader. I think I would use all money for working on the ERC and Horizon projects. And I think it's not only the problem of my university and IDUB universities, but in general, this is the discussion that we need to work on in Poland. Because in the midterm evaluation of Horizon, we see that the numbers of the Polish researchers involved in both Horizon and ERC are still very low. I said it last week in Warsaw, and it was criticized, but I am not happy and I am not satisfied with the results of the Polish scholars in both programs. So I will use every money I get to push these two things.
Great, thank you. Chris next, and then the final word for Bogomila. Chris.
Actually, because I wanted to say exactly the same what she said, so I just only repeat. Staszek, very good suggestion. Give us more money and we'll bring you 13 times more. According to the investments, 1 zloty invested in science brings after 5 to 6 years 13 zloty, 13 times more. So definitely learn how to take more money from European funding and from any funding that comes outside the country. So I completely agree.
So I know how to do it because I will spend all the money to build my office of Adam Mickiewicz University in Brussels and to work on all the European projects, to have the representative there, to activate people to take more money from all the European programs. So now, Minister, you can give me this more 20%, because my program, I believe, is the most practical one.
Well, the key point here, before I turn to Lauritz, I think is, in my experience, the way to persuade government to give you money is to say, spend X pounds, zlotys, and the return will be 5X, 10X. That has to be the argument. If the return is only X, then you don't win the argument. Lauritz.
No, actually, I was a bit inspired by the discussion of whether highly cited scientists are important for some fields and not for others. And I think you all the universities, you have to help your government to understand the importance of what you're doing. And for government to understand that, or parliament also, social sciences and humanities are critical. I really think that you guys, you have a major role in making it's understood in the Polish society that what is being done by your excellent universities is important and necessary for Poland to further develop. And so I would suggest, first of all, I don't think it's fair to humanities and social sciences to sort of say they are all just soft and cannot compete internationally and so forth. It's not true. some can, but others will compete nationally. Poland is fortunate by having, I sometimes think, 10 major cities, and you have in many of them comprehensive universities. And I mean, there must be differences from one to the other, so it's not impossible to see which of the outstanding scholars in social sciences or humanities are the people worthy to invest more in. I think this is possible. You don't need to compare to people in China or Japan or Denmark, for that matter. You can also compare nationally, and also try to look at how are you communicating with the society. I don't like this idea of people thinking that universities are ivory towers. They used to be, but they are not. And of course, it's much easier for the guys in technical sciences because everybody understands it. But for society really to understand the need for becoming a knowledge society, I think I would look at the comprehensive universities and say, okay, come on. I mean, we can look to our neighbors here in Krakow. What are you doing? Are you climbing your ivory tower, or are you communicating with the society? And so I know it's a little bit of a provocation, but you need to open up to the society, communicate why it's important. Finally, now I look at the minister. You are about to think about next competition. Here we have technical universities and comprehensive universities. There's another category called medical universities. We know that it's difficult to kind of consolidate the system. But it's very difficult to find the same measures for these different categories. Some of the comprehensive universities, they have faculties of medicine. Okay, how do you compare a large university in a large city with a new faculty of medicine, with an established faculty of medicine or University of Medicine in the same city? How do you? I mean, I'm not going to be part of the next competition, but it will not be so easy. And I don't have a solution. I just think you should think about how to organize this in a fair way. Also, I'm skeptical to the way Poland kind of collects the data to establish the categorization of universities. I think this is worthwhile to look a little bit. Yeah, I forgot what the name of this system is, but it produces too much information and too little clarity somehow. And I'm looking behind because we have an expert here who probably could devise a fantastic system. So, okay, but sorry to take your time. I know everybody is hungry at this stage. So
no, that's fine. Thanks, Lauritz. I think it might be worth drawing together two or three of your points. And I, as a scientist, so I'm a life scientist, but I very much buy into the idea that there is a contribution needed across all our academic disciplines. In my own field of genomic and proteomic medicine, it is inconceivable that can be put into practice without the contribution of social scientists, of lawyers, of humanities scholars. And if you look at the other major challenges, climate change, how could we imagine that not being addressed by a combination of almost all academic disciplines? And that tends, as you have, Lauritz, to direct attention once again to coordination, collaboration, mergers, and so on, because these disciplines have to be brought together to solve the key societal challenges. We have, I'm afraid, I was going to say we've run out of time. We're well overrun. A moderator's nightmare is if there is a set of panelists who are not eloquent, an audience which is not engaged, you run out of things to talk about. This has not been a nightmare. This has been the opposite of a nightmare. We've had a very rich discussion. Thank you in the audience for engaging. In particular, thank you to our four panelists. Your eloquence in a language which is not your first puts me to shame. But thank you for your contributions, and perhaps the audience could join with me in thanking our four panelists.
And let us also thank the moderator, who instead of a Damocles sword had a Damocles master of ceremony over his neck. And let us also hope that the people whom the minister employs to distribute the double amount of money are not people from medical universities, because they would probably tell you that seeing twice as much money as there is on the table is called diplopia. And that's a serious condition. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for returning for what is gracefully called in the English language the graveyard shift, during which we will discuss the internationalization, and such a general overarching term certainly offers plenty of opportunities for the participating universities to speak their minds. And the distinguished panelists this time are Professor Krzysztof Jóźwik, Rector of the Łódź University of Technology, Professor Michał Markuszewski, Rector of the Medical University of Gdańsk, Professor Zygmunt Lalak, Vice-Rector for Research of the University of Warsaw, and I will very kindly ask you to be taking those 5 distant armchairs, because this one nearest is reserved for the moderator, so that he can see the screen here in front of me. We will also have the pleasure of having with us Professor Marek Gorgoń, Vice-Rector for Science, AGH University of Kraków, and Professor Wojciech Macyk, Vice-Rector for Research at the Jagiellonian University, also in Kraków. And of course, Professor Peter Marcin, President of HEDDA, that is the Higher Education Development Association, who will be the chair of this panel. Professor Marcin, I very kindly ask you to take this seat, and here's the time. Please, let's try to keep it till 4 o'clock, fairly sharp. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, for what I hope and expect is an exciting panel on a topic that is of interest and of relevance to all of us, internationalization and partnerships in higher education, building on the very lively discussion in the first panel, a very important discussion on the achievements. We will, continuing that discussion, but also further elaborate and move in the direction of the theme of the third panel, the working culture and the change in the academic culture. And all of this also within the back of our minds that the IDUB program has achieved a lot of positive outcomes, but is also approaching a new phase. So what kind of lessons or messages can we take with us to the coming competition for the second phase of IDUB, assuming that there will be a second phase? Internationalization. All of us in science and in higher education, of course, acknowledge the importance of internationalization. There's no other area in our societies that is as international as science. Knowledge is not linked to national borders. And in the first phase of IDUB, the preparation of IDUB, there was an agreement on the importance of internationalization and the need to contribute to Polish universities becoming more internationally visible, more internationally active. There was an agreement on the importance of international collaboration, let's say the traditional interpretations of internationalization, with an emphasis on physical mobility, on joint research projects and research activities, incoming scholars, outgoing PhD students, collaboration in doctoral education, etc. So very important understanding of internationalization, and we will start a first round in the panel, allowing the members of the distinguished panel to reflect upon how the IDUB program contributed to realizing these important goals that we agreed upon at the beginning when it comes to internationalization and partnerships. But then we move on to a second round and a set of reflections that I will already introduce here, because the world that we knew in 2019 and where internationalization was a relatively straightforward concept in higher education policy and higher education management, that world has changed dramatically. Internationalization has to be understood in the way we understood it in 2019, but also has to be adapted to the new realities. And I will refer to these new realities when we start the second round, and then after the second round you will have a chance to contribute to the discussion around internationalization. But we will start with asking the panel, the members of the panel, to reflect upon how their universities since 2018-2019 have achieved. So not what you have achieved, but how you have achieved your goals in internationalization, and which role the IDUB program played in that. And we're gonna, like in the first panel, do it in alphabetical order. And we're gonna start with Professor Marek Gorgon from the HGH University in Krakow. Please.
Well, I think it is maybe pretty obvious that internalization is an important factor of research of university culture. So I would say IDUB give us a possibility to make a big development in this, no doubt. And I think, first of all, there is some very obvious thing in internalization which we develop, and it was easy for us because we got some tradition, and the money coming from IDUB give us a possibility to make it better, to make it more efficient way. So if we are talking about the international cooperation, networking, and participation in international events, so all of that we already got in our curricula, and just the IDUB money strengthened these ideas, and it was easy to us just to start from very beginning. Of course, COVID was a restriction, but just after COVID, we make an enormous jump forward. The second, which was not so much obvious, but it was something which was established but not very strong way. So it is, for instance, a cooperation in PhD study with the international universities. So we already get some example of that, but now we make it as a program. So it is more and more popular, and we increase the number of PhD students from abroad, increase recruitment every year gradually, and I think the percentage of the international PhD students is all the time bigger and bigger. Just after the start of the IDUB program, and the third, which is very hard for us. And HGH is traditionally the university which strongly support the local and national community. I mean, our alumni got a very high position in the industry, in the administration, and we are famous of that. But the internalization of the study is not very strong part of our curricula. So now we would like to strengthen this part very much, and we did a lot discuss until now. And I think the numbers are maybe not impressive, but the progress is all the time. And what is maybe very important, that
the staff of the university following this idea, yes? So at this moment we start to discuss it, and we establish more and more courses in English, more and more study direction in English, more and more international programs of cooperation like Erasmus Mundus. What's more, we started the European University, Universech, which is a space university. So in this way, the IDUB impact of the perception of internalization is very huge. So we will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for again emphasizing the importance of internationalization in doctoral education, an achievement that many universities that have responded to the survey have emphasized, and also making your programs more international. And maybe we can come back later in the panel on how you do that and what are the challenges. Let's now move to Professor Christoph Joschwik, and please.
Thank you very much for invitation. And first of all, I have to say that the IDUB program and the concept that we put into application was as a strategic plan. Due to the fact that we are the second part, it means the second 10th universities, the contribution of the money supporting us in that internationalization part is not very big. So we use other sources, but as I said, the IDUB plan we treat as a strategic plan. And as a result, we have increased number of our people that are working at our university coming from abroad, so employees, and increased number of PhD students, and increased number of students up to this year, due to some changes in the policy of our ministry for foreign affairs. We are not in the growing part, so there is a collapse of that system. And using that money coming from IDUB, we managed to increase the number of publications that are prepared by the people from our university and other universities from abroad. And the number of projects coming in the area of Horizon are also significantly bigger. So all this, taking into account the IDUB application as a strategic plan, are directly now put into motion. And that's the result of the IDUB program.
Thank you very much. And thank you also for sharing with us that in your university, the IDUB program has had an important impact, even though your university is in the top 20 of universities. Thank you. Professor Sigmund Lalak, Vice Rector for Research, University of Warsaw.
It's me. Thank you very much for your kind invitation to participate in this panel and to represent the University of Warsaw. Well, the short summary of our achievements is that they served enhancing the position of the University of Warsaw at the international level in international community of researchers. That actually that position rose quite significantly, especially after COVID. Well, in 2020, we had at the University of Warsaw about 130, 140 foreign researchers, I mean, people who came to work at the university from abroad. Those were mostly postdocs from all over the world. Right now, it's 241 postdocs and 30 professors employed at the University of Warsaw. The professors are permanent, the postdocs are junior faculty. Some of them, we hope, will stay with us, will continue their research. So those are significant numbers, and this is the scale of what's been achieved, mostly due to possibilities offered by extended support related to IDUB. Well, essentially physical mobility, so outbound, inbound mobility was the important part, the most important perhaps part of the internationalization. But there are other things which are important too. First of all, we are becoming, thanks to this extended transfer of people and knowledge and culture in general, scientific culture, we are becoming a part of Europe, part of the international community. An important role is played by our participation in one of the alliances, European alliances, actually, European university projects, which is called For You Plus, where we are together, among others, with the University of Copenhagen, but also there is Sorbonne, there is Heidelberg University. They are giants of European university landscape. And this is extremely important because, despite the fact that the ambitions in those alliances extend beyond education, beyond improving the administrative framework surrounding our research and educational activities, there is a lacking component which is related to the support for research, actual research activities, for actual research projects. And this is the part which is supplied by IDUB. I mean, so in a sense, IDUB is a necessary ingredient in the success of all these enterprises. In the case of our alliance, those are special dedicated funds which are financing common research enterprises. We are organizing, I think now it's the second round of such a competition. We are organizing competitions for international projects, common projects, where teams from various European universities, members of our alliance, have to be involved, which have purely scientific goals, and those are activities which are possible due to IDUB funds. Well, certainly the success of IDUB at the international level is also visible, at least in our case, in the rising number of international grants, especially the highly valued ERC grants. I mean, over the recent years we have attracted people who succeeded in several international competitions, and it's interesting to note that the new projects which we attracted to some extent also due to the options offered by IDUB, to the possibilities of additional contribution which could be financed from the IDUB funds, that the projects, they are not only in the area of sciences, which is sort of traditional strong point of the University of Warsaw, but also in the area of social sciences and humanities. And actually, it is the area of humanities and social sciences where IDUB has been a real game changer. So over the last years, the number of papers published in international journals in humanities and social sciences outnumbered the number of papers published in hard sciences, especially in physics and astronomy, because till 2021-22, the number of papers, the highest number of papers published in a given area was attributed to physics and astronomy. It was at that time around 22-23%. Right now, physics and astronomy account for about 20% of all the publications of the University of Warsaw in 2023, whereas publications in social sciences amount to 26% and in humanities to 20%. So those are the areas where IDUB activities actually made the greatest impact. Well, this is a simple version of mobility. Of course, there is another version, which is also very important. This is so-called home internationalization, which is the indirect effect of all the exchanges which we have at the international level of the participation, indirect effect of participation in international enterprises, which is felt also by this part of the community, university community, which stays at home, which is less mobile than the others. And this is also important. This is something which is related to this change of culture, which was discussed during the previous panel. So I think I should stop at this point.
Thank you very much. And you raised important points. For example, the role of the IDUB program and the funding that's provided as an accelerator. The example in the European University Alliance is an important example of the opportunities that can be created with the use of IDUB funding in internationalization. So thank you for that, and also for reminding us of the importance of internationalization at home. Good, let's continue with Professor Wojciech Maciej from the Jagiellonian University. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much also for inviting me here. I would like to mention that our IDUB program at the Jagiellonian University is based on 4 I's. Internationalization, interdisciplinarity, innovativeness, and integrity. So the first one is internationalization, and we really focus a lot on this aspect. We are the university which is a part of Una Europa Alliance, European University, and IDUB money, IDUB sources helped us to strengthen this cooperation with other partner universities. We have some seed funds, so over 50 initiatives have been already funded within this European university. So our membership in this initiative becomes more and more alive. We are also a part of the guild, the Alliance of Research-Intensive Universities, where we try to have our own input to the or discuss the politics of research and science in Europe, and I think this is a very important aspect for us, because we feel that we can be a part of the strong leading universities, the group of strong leading universities in Europe, which is able to convince officers, people in Europe, in Brussels, how research should be, how the research politics should be developed. We focus also, I'm still talking about using IDUB resources. We have developed a very I would say, rich program of supporting researchers to apply for international projects. This resulted in around 10 ERC grants, which we received recently, but we also see that the initiative is so successful that even people who were awarded with such grants are knocking to our doors, asking whether they could move their project. So this is a kind of sign for us that this really works. We have 3 out of 8 Dioscuri centers at Jagiellonian University. This is the initiative, Polish-German initiative, where some excellence centers are located and developed together with partners from Germany. And we attracted quite many foreign researchers as a, let's say, new blood. Several researchers came from abroad and established their own groups, and they are quite successful. Just to mention that among the laureates of this year award of the Polish Foundation for Polish Science, we have one researcher from our university, which is foreigner, who is foreigner. So they really feel better and better in our environment. And I also would like to mention that we try to strengthen our infrastructure. Just an example is strengthening the infrastructure of the Synchrotron Center, which is open for European research society. So this is not just although it is a national synchrotron radiation center, it functions as other devices in Europe. So everybody from abroad also can apply for time to do their own research. So I definitely would say that we become more and more international university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you reflected in a very convincing way on the importance of the European collaboration. We'll come back to that. And in that, I also appreciate that you emphasized the possibilities of sharing infrastructure, that working in, for example, European alliances together isn't only about producing joint publications or joint degree programs. Sharing infrastructure is an important component too, and we will come back to that later in the panel in more detail. Now, as a final member of the panel, I would like to invite Professor Michał Markuszewski from the Medical University of Gdansk to share his reflections with us.
Let me start from the statement that we were already relatively highly internationalized at the beginning of our road, even before the application. To prove it, I would say that, for example, the percentage of foreign authors in the publications in 2018 from 3 priority areas which we had was circa 30%. So as for Polish standards, it was relatively high. We double it in case, for example, of oncology. And what was our aim in the IDUB program, it was to strengthen this internationalization, broaden it, open new areas in which we can internationally cooperate or gain benefits, let's call it this way. So everything what I will now stress to you, it's thanks to the IDUB or with help of the IDUB initiatives and programs. We have special programs, research travel grants and grants program for incoming researchers, and both attract our community members as also guests from abroad who are at our university, usually for short visits, but recently we started let's call it initiatives of mini symposia where a few researchers from certain area are invited to a certain group to make a scientific contribution, exchange ideas. When I start to talk about our level of internationalization, I mentioned publications, but from many years we are highly internationalized by number of students. Several years ago, 5-6 years ago, it was 15% of students were coming from abroad. And again, what thanks to the IDUB initiatives is that the number is not changed, it does not increase, but also does not decrease. What could happen if we will not start another new initiatives? So instead of teaching only medicine in English, we teach also nursing and pharmacy in English. And also what we are especially proud of is European master degree studies conducted together with Ghent University, Groningen and Lille in France. And this is so-called sustainable drug discovery, master course which attracts students from abroad. They spend 1 semester at each university, mentioned earlier. Thanks to those initiatives which were supported by IDUB, the number of students from abroad does not decrease, but is still constant. And another, of course, the number of international conducted international cooperation projects, scientific and not only, I mean, from Horizon program, but also from other programs, increases. And what is for us very important, we are also now a leader of programs, not only partners in them, but also leaders. I cannot say that we have an ERC grant yet, but we are working very hard, and I am sure that we finally will succeed with this. The size makes a difference, and I think that's why it takes us longer than we expected, but we believe in success. However, we have a success in other field of international cooperation. We became a member of European Alliance. This year, from the 1st of November or 2nd of November, the new alliance started, and its acronym is ACE2EU. The leader is from Portugal, and we are one of the partners. And what is important, this initiative was raised from the beginning. So we not joined an existing already European alliance, but were very actively looking for such possibilities. And this European Alliance Initiatives partnership was in our plans of IDUB initiatives. Also in IDUB initiatives, in application of IDUB, we wrote about HR Excellence in Research certificate. So finally this year we succeeded and we got this certificate, what also is for us a benchmark to attract not only Polish researchers and to improve the quality of work for our community, but also to attract foreign researchers. And so number of PhD students, for example, when I mentioned that 6 years ago we have 15% of students from abroad, it was not true for the PhD students. There were few of them. Now we have more than 10%, still not as much as we would like to have, but keeping in mind that we are a relatively small school with only 3 disciplines, it is a challenge to build it on this way to attract much more people. We are doing it. For example, we changed the program for our PhD school, and it is fully conducted in English. So Poles and of course students from abroad are taught together in classes in English. So these are examples of our actions which we started, and I would say that practically in each of these result mentioned before, the IDUB initiatives was more or less engaged, and it was more or less in the application planet.
Thank you very much. And as you've heard, the members of the panel, the universities have done very well in taking the application, the original application as a starting point, and developing internationalization around key components, joint publications with international scholars, incoming, outgoing mobility, attracting top researchers to come for a longer or, if possible, permanent period at the university, EU funding through Horizon and Erasmus, etc. Key components of internationalization. But the world has changed, as I indicated at the beginning. We have not only the pandemic, which also puts in a realization that new pandemics might be coming, but we also have geopolitical conflicts, the war in Ukraine, the Gaza-Israel conflict. We have artificial intelligence now much more prominently than in 2018, 2019. New governments in other European countries which have an almost anti-science agenda. And all these changes require us to rethink internationalization, also because we have in the meantime had discussions about whether universities or universities within national context shouldn't be part of a boycott or sanction actions in the case of Russia, but also Israel. So that's the one side. We have a global context that's changing quite dramatically. But then we also have the growing understanding and acknowledgement that the European level becomes more and more important. We have the alliances that practically all the IDUB universities are a member of, one or more European alliances. We have also the growing focus on European competitiveness with the Draghi report, the Heito report, all coming with the same message. For Europe, for the future of Europe, science is a key activity, and we have to increase our investments in science. Then we have the Global Gateway program from the EU, 300 billion euros to invest in knowledge areas where universities are expected to play an active role. So how, in your understanding of how the IDUB program supported you in realizing your internationalization intentions that you presented in the application, how do you see the way forward? How do you deal with these new challenges? And are there any kinds of adaptations that might be needed, not just in the understanding of internationalization, but also in the way that the IDUB program stimulates internationalization in excellent universities? These are big questions, but I hope we can reflect on that and from there on move to the strategic partnerships and how strategic partnerships could help you in addressing them. But let's first start with your reflections and your experiences in dealing with these new realities and new challenges, but also opportunities in internationalization. And can we move the same order, but then backwards, and start with you?
Yeah, big questions. I would start from how we adopt, partially because of what you mentioned, so this global burdens which appear internationally. We just from the 1st of September this academic year, of this term of rector cadency, we started a new position of vice rector for cooperation and internationalization. So we assume that up to now we cannot longer work in this field as we were established several years ago. We need to dedicate person particularly to these issues and build around this function, build whole the infrastructure which will support international cooperation. And when you mention the war and the sanctions, war in Ukraine and sanctions, it comes to my mind first thought that a few years ago we had an offer to cooperate with universities in Kazakhstan. And since we were open to any kind of initiatives, we were very seriously treating this offer. We were thinking about building a common application. For some reasons, it failed. And after the war broke up and then the sanctions started, we were thanked to that this Kazakhstan cooperation failed, not because Kazakhstan is engaged in the process of war directly, but because of the direction of, let's call it Western interest on cooperation, moved from, slightly changed direction. And so we are more engaged and interested in building this cooperation, of course, in Western countries, involves all better developed or better developed by means also of science and this scientific infrastructure. And that's why we are very happy from this partnership in European Alliance. Because we believe that it will help us to improve our standards of work, of operation, also on the level of administration. It was on the previous panel mentioned a few times that the administration, or let's call them different, non-research or non-teacher educational part of our community, university community, it's more difficult to attract by the work at university. We have less offer for them, and we are, let's say, they can feel slightly neglected sometimes. So we strongly believe, also thanks to the experience of our colleagues from University of Gdańsk, that this kind of partnership in European Alliance is also a chance to increase satisfaction and increase competencies of this part of community which is not directly engaged in research or education. And of course, it's also broadened our areas of interest. I mean, European Alliance University, our alliance, ACE2EU. Among 9 partners, we are only medical university, we are comprehensive university, we are technical university, we are also art schools. And what I want to underline in this moment that we are medical, so this is our main field. However, we are a university. So besides all these things related to medicine and medical sciences, we want to develop and improve other disciplines and our fields of academic research. And that's why the being in this alliance is not only a chance for non-academic, non-research, non-teaching community, not only for students, for PhD students, but also for us to broaden our scope of activities. And let's say it clearly, it's a chance to develop further, because medical sciences are very competitive and it's very attractive from the point of view of research or education. But still, from the point of view of demographic or from the point of view of social impact, we can work also on other fields because they will help us to grow.
Yes, Professor Maciej. Jagiellonian University, in rethinking or adapting internationalization, are there any new principles that are coming in when you look at the way that your university is adapting to these new realities? I mean, in the Draghi report, the Hato report, there's a lot of reference to fundamental values. What is specific European? How important should that be in international relations? Please.
Yeah, if you started with the Draghi's report, I think the key issue is now innovation. So we are going to strengthen cooperation with our industrial partnerships, partners. So we are now focusing on applying for projects within EIC, not only ERC, but also EIC. From the Draghi's report, it's clear that we should open also to other countries and other continents. So we are on a good track also for cooperation with African universities, which maybe is very important for the whole Europe. If I would come back a little bit to our regional problems, after starting the war with Ukraine, of Russia with Ukraine, we in Kraków experienced a huge wave of refugees. There were some estimates that the population of Kraków increased by something like 20% in 2022 due to this problem. And of course, there were many refugees, also scientists, students, who stayed in Kraków. I'm very happy that we were able to provide opportunities to students, to researchers for finding their new place there, and they are really successful. There are Ukrainian researchers receiving, for instance, Marie Curie scholarships now. So they are really added value to our university. Of course, times are changing, yeah, and we open our PhD student programs also for foreigners. Right now at our doctoral schools, among 1,500 students, around 15% are foreigners. Maybe it's still, this number is still lower than in Western countries. However, it's increasing, and it's increasing in the right direction. Of course, now here the problems appear. What to do with collaboration with Chinese universities, how to behave in this new area. Recently, we had very good perspectives for opening our university for students, PhD students from China. Now it's not so clear how to behave. However, we still try to continue these partnerships, especially in these, let's say, safe areas. For instance, there is a very good cooperation of Jagiellonian University with Beijing in the field of Polish philology. So it's for sure safe for us. Yeah. So these issues we have are focused on Far East, Close East, and also south to Africa. So I would think these directions we should look for.
Thank you very much. Professor Lalak, is the University of Warsaw able to go in a direction that a colleague from Jagiellonian University is indicating, having new kind of guidelines and frameworks when it comes to international collaboration? China was mentioned, but there are other kind of issues that come up. We talk about responsible internationalization. What does it mean for your university?
We actually we have prepared for new challenges, and we are active in several of the areas mentioned before. But first of all, I should mention that actually I hope the situation we experienced during COVID and wartime epoch, early wartime epoch, will not be repeated, because actually nothing compares to personal contact and to on-site events. I mean, online activities, they are not that efficient. At least that's our experience. I mean, we have observed a fast recovery after the COVID epoch, and that recovery we associate directly with the resurrection of the personal contacts between researchers, between students and teachers, and at the international level as well. The exchange, the restart of the mobility after COVID, that was an important step forward. And that was a boost for all the indicators of our scientific effort. So we hope that situation will not repeat. However, we are trying to be active in various projects which, well, in case something happens, will save us from falling out of education or research business. First of all, we have established a new department at the University of Warsaw, the medicine department, and we are strongly supporting the research in modern biology, as also in the area of creating new vaccines and new ways of avoiding epidemics and this type of disasters. So that's one way. Also, during the COVID epoch, we have developed electronic tools which make it possible to do scientific research on a distance and to do distant learning efficiently. And those tools are there, and those tools have good quality to the extent that they were adopted from us by our partners in the international alliance to which we belong. So we are sort of ready, but we still hope we can avoid the repetition of such a situation that we know from the 2020 and 2022. Concerning international contacts, we are of course looking for new partners also outside Europe. Especially, I should mention a rather close collaboration recently with our partners from Korea, from South Korea. We have established a school of peaceful uses of nuclear power, and especially on the new modern technologies related to nuclear energy, and that also contributes to the to the salvation of climate and to avoiding climate changes and so on. So this works really well despite the great distance between Warsaw and Seoul. And actually this is also not quite remote activity, but rather on-site activity. A center, a physical center got established at the University of Warsaw at the Department of Physics, and lecturers from Korea are coming quite often and they teach our students, and actually the interest is great. I mean, for each lecture there is something like 40 or even a larger number of participants registered. So this is an activity which takes us towards future. What else? We are also AI ready, so to say. We have many activities in that area. For instance, we have established an excellence center called IDUB, whose activities are concentrated in the area of the application of AI, of artificial intelligence in social sciences and in economy. We have a machine learning center, a very active machine learning center at the Department of Physics, supported by IDUB. It is one of the IDUB centers of excellence, and also in the Department of Mathematics and Informatics at the University of Warsaw. We have many successful projects related to the development of AI. Also, our lawyers are very much interested because they think they should create new legal environment for this type of activities. So we are prepared, we are looking forward, but still we hope that the more traditional ways of doing science, of doing research and education will be available in the future, because we think those are the most efficient ways to bring people together. Well, in general, we believe that research, education, universities, they are here, they are there to link people together, not to reject anyone, not to reject any, even small community. And I think this is part of our mission, and we shall continue as far as possible in the future.
Thank you. And we can come back to possible new ways of connecting people in addition to physical connections. Yes, Professor Jošek, what are you doing in your university to position yourself so that you can continue with internationalization as you have done, but also adapt to new opportunities and challenges?
So still the plans given in the application for either program are valid. So taking into account all the reasons that you mentioned, it means war, COVID, and AI, have influenced our approach. So we are to change our methods, to change the way we are going to reach the goals. As we consider the education, we are strongly cooperating with our partners from the European Consortium of Innovative Universities, our net. First of all, to also respond to change in the behavior of our students. It means students of all the partners that are included in the net. We offer more than hundreds courses divided into 3 different groups, giving the possibility to apply the blended learning and to solve the problems as the challenges. And all this enables us to create so-called micro-courses, and as a result to give micro-credentials. On the basis of all this, we are going to build the European diploma. Something new, but giving the possibility to increase the number of exchange students, but according to that, also the members of our staff. Not only teachers, not only researchers, but also people supporting us in normal way, administrative. So there is a huge increase in the number of our workers, but also of the members of the staff of our partners to visit different universities to see how to prepare among different university ways to obtain that European diploma. As far as research is concerned, not only money given for the groups applying for money from Europe, but also to create the groups preparing that. So we use our net and our partners to give the possibility to organize seminars among the topics or areas that are directly resulting from the calls. And they prepare new projects and then together solving problems that are devoted to all the population. And also using the external money, it means NAVA, we created so-called mobility time during PhD studies in the international school. So our students that are at our school, not only Poles, but also that coming in the greater and greater number for PhD studies from abroad, are going outside to conduct a part of a research for the PhD at our partners' universities or ours. And coming back to the first point, it means education. If we consider that hundreds of different courses prepared, we observe the number of students participating and using that courses. And during 1 year, last 1 year, more than 1,500 students, not as people, but taking courses offered by different universities and obtain micro-credentials. That is an increasing number. During the first year of the operation of it, our approach, 300 and now 1,500. A huge increase in that number. So taking into account, we are to change the way to reach the goal. But still the plan is valid for us that was given before. Of course, different areas are influenced by AI, but also that courses offered and basing to solve the problem, giving the possibility to use AI as a tool, not to replace the student or researcher in the way to obtain the solution.
Thank you very much. And Professor Gorgon, at your university, HEH University, University of Technology, like Lodz University of Technology, these aspects of change, for example, security policy and linking science through dual use of research to new kinds of expectations and maybe even demands from political authorities, also at the European level. How do you maneuver your university in this changing landscape?
I would like to comment a little bit about some problems we experience at this moment, because maybe it was not mentioned here, but from half of a year we have a lot of discuss about the problem of visas for international students in Poland. Yes, it is important that because of some problems with selected number of private schools, now we experience some problems with getting a visa for our international students and for PhD students. And the second problem that I would like to mention is the structure of internalization of students and PhD students in Poland. I think we experience a lot of candidates from the countries like China, Pakistan, India, Iran, yes. So we make a lot of discuss about it, how to make a progress with this. On the other hand, you know, we are a member of NATO Accelerator Diana, yes. So we are under some organizational issue, and we discuss with all these cases with officers of intelligence agency, yes. And it was raised the problem of Chinese, Iranian people here in Poland. So we have a lot of movement, I would say, a lot of activity of the Chinese people here in Poland. Yes, a lot of universities from China would like to rapidly make a cooperation with Polish university. We experience it very much. And we do the open way to make a collaboration. On the other hand, we feel that there is a lot of problems with accommodating these people here for some reasons. Yes, so it is one of the important problems. The next thing, of course, we would like to turn, and I agree with my colleagues from Jagiellonian University, that we should invest in the countries, post-Soviet countries from the Middle East, like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, maybe also Moldavia. There is a chances for us, and maybe bring a chance for them to go to the Western world. Yes, so it is another story. And I would like to also mention that in this landscape we try to make a lot to show. You mentioned the problem of advanced scientific equipment and internationalization of this. So we created under the IDUB action the special database, which is offering the information about the research group, about the equipment, and because it is in Polish and English, it is open possibility to cooperate in national and international level. So it was also some important action. And another action which we support is just to support the accreditation of our study direction, international accreditation, just to give our alumni better chances on European market. So it is a lot of things which are playing. We are talking about the evaluation in Poland, yes, and we now are a partner for Coalition for Advancing Research Assessment, which is on a European level. And we think about some program to establish another way to advancing our staff, yes, and our universities under this program. So I think there is a lot to do in international level, and there are some just remarks about the problems which we raise nowadays.
Thank you very much for these insights and sharing some of your experience and reflections with us. I want to invite the audience into the reflections and discussions. Are there any questions of clarification or comments or issues that you would like to see elaborated? Please, go ahead.
Okay. I have a question to you, yes, the moderator.
Can you introduce yourself?
Janusz Nieznański, Gdańsk Tech. You said something like, if there's going to be the second phase. If there's going to be the second phase. And I suppose that you meant the second IDUB competition. So my question is, do you know of any circumstances that put the second phase in question?
The answer is short, no. Okay, any other questions about internationalization? Any experiences you would like to share? Yes, please.
Yes, Staszek Kistrin, Jagiellonian University, constantly asking questions. You were explaining different things from internationalization, but, we are, national institutions. We have obligations with respect to our Polish society. So could you please name one or two most important aspects from internationalization which helps realize our obligations on the national market?
Thank you for your question. Who in the panel would like to respond?
I may start. Yeah. Just medical university. We have the biggest in the regional hospital, university's clinical center. And I would say that probably 50% of our international activities are related with physicians, clinicians, and with hospital. So in the hospital there are conducted around 500 clinical studies And in those clinical studies, there are patients from the Pomeranian region, but also from other regions in Poland. And they can benefit from the drugs and the new procedures, treatment procedures. I'm sure that part of this clinical studies or part of this benefits for patients, not only from clinical studies, but also from insemination knowledge to our colleagues, would not happen if we will have no money for international collaboration. So from my perspective, medical university, I see this benefits for society in the level or quality of patient treatments, which certainly is increasing thanks to international cooperation.
Well, this is a great question, and that squares with my remark from the previous round that about the internationalization at home. The point is that essentially everyone who comes back from a center located outside Poland comes to me and tells me what should we improve in the way our university functions to make life of the researchers easier and more productive. And those are usually great hints, and actually we are trying to adjust. Well, of course I am simplifying here. The signals and the stimuli are coming from all over, essentially, from all the visitors, all the people who are visiting research centers and educational centers abroad. And one thing we have reshaped over the recent years quite significantly is our central administration, and especially the administration who is responsible for the assistance to people realizing projects, national, international, at all levels, but necessarily we have started with the experience gained during the realization of international grants, for instance, ERC grants, or other activities, consortial activities run at the international level because of various requirements which were put upon us by our partners, various expectations, because of the need to level up with the support offered by Polish centers. Well, one instance which I should mention is the assistance we offer to people who want to apply for ERC grants. Obviously, this is sort of successful because the number of the ERC grants acquired by researchers related to the University of Warsaw is on Polish scale quite significant. So this is an extensive assistance, starting with the improvement in the communicational skills, like say English classes, but also assistance in formulating the proposals, in formulating especially those parts of the proposals which are not necessarily related to the specific technical part of the projects. This burden is often taken by our administrators who are more and more experienced. We are also trying, when we are hiring new people, we are taking care that those are people who have certain previous experience, who can really help the needs, the expectations, fulfilling expectations of our researchers, of our colleagues. Those are really highly motivated and very highly trained, educated research assistant people, people offering research assistance. I should probably find a better wording, probably. And this works. This is something that works. Another issue which we are trying to put forward, which is somewhat related to the issues raised by other colleagues, is the so-called core facility. So a smart usage of the equipment, of the research equipment acquired over the years by the university. And here we also consult what we are doing with our partners from abroad. For instance, in our alliance there is the case of Heidelberg, where such a scheme, such a system of core facilities, of facilities accessible to a wide range of researchers, not only to the specific labs where they are located, has been created. It took, as they told me, as our colleagues told me, about 10 years to make such a system run, and we are trying to repeat that action. We are trying to create core facilities at the University of Warsaw. We are trying to introduce the special way of supporting maintenance of the old infrastructure, which is a serious problem for experimental sciences, and we are heavily relying on the experience of our partners. So those are simple examples, but there are other examples as well. I mean, the way we are using electronic tools. So, for instance, the electronic, widespread by now at the University of Warsaw, system of electronic documentation, I mean, which we keep developing year by year to cover all types of our internal and external activities. That's also related to the experience gained during international contacts. So those are the examples.
Thank you. Any other panel member wants to contribute?
Maybe. So in order to convince the society that internationalization is really necessary, we should look at isolated countries. There are some still in the world, and we can look at their development, how difficult it is, what is the quality of life in such countries, what is the technology built there. And looking at such examples, it's clear that without internationalization, we cannot develop properly. So it means having international relationships in science, in research, with industry. We have the access to technologies, but we have also the access to specialists which help us, which bring their know-how, their knowledge, and help us to create our knowledge. And this is very important. I think it's so simple example to show the society that there are not real arguments against it.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
Just two short examples.
Just following the Jagiellonian.
Is that a follow-up question? Sorry?
Okay.
Now we have a bit of a confusion, but is there a follow-up question to the question by your colleague?
Oh, it's a new one.
A new one. Well, let's...
Okay. Just to be brief, two examples of international collaboration. First is mentioned already the Diana Accelerator, and this Diana Accelerator works together with the Krakow Technology Park, which means that we bring some opportunity to local industry coming from the international collaboration. And the second example, it is a European Digital Innovation Hub under the Digital Europe program. And it was a lot of partners, also from the size of the academia and from the industry, which works together. So for AGH, the goal is to bring a cooperation on a technology level from the outside into the country.
Yep. As a result of internationalization, we conducted the project for 2 years, development of new methods for education, for higher education. As a result, we developed new methods using our external experts, but also our own, to create the common flip education area, blended learning, and that are developed and now conducted, not only at our university, but also with our partners.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Being involved in evaluation of Horizon Europe and preparation for FP10, I can say that the presence of Polish universities, including the best ones in the European programs, is still very, very low. So, so my question is to all of you, which of your programs can really support the involvement of Polish universities into the European programs to increase the visibility of Polish universities within the projects. And one more question is more general. Do you think that we have to elaborate altogether a sort of support for institutions who are active within the European programs, kind of support that can give our mentorship of the best universities into the other ones, so we can increase the amount of good applications. National contact points are efficient, but probably not enough efficient. Regional contact points are new ones, but we still don't have a network of universities supporting themselves in preparation of these European projects. So please comment on it.
Thank you very much, and the panel will get a chance to respond to that. The point was also raised in the previous panel about the participation of Polish universities and applications to European programs, especially Horizon Europe. So from your perspective and your experience in your universities, are applications to the EU level, especially Horizon Europe and Erasmus+, are they important? If so, why is there the clear observation that the Polish academics do not apply at the level that one might expect or hope for? So what are the reasons? And if you can share with us, from your perspective, both internal reasons as possibly external reasons. But it would be good to get a better understanding of it, because you've, in the panel and also in the feedback that we've received from your universities, all emphasized how important the applications to the European level are. But apparently, it doesn't work in practice as well as one would hope for. Please.
The first part is very simple. It's very, very important. But to clarify that, our applications, generally speaking, of Polish universities are very efficient. The number is very low, but we are very efficient to obtain the projects if we apply for them. But what have we done for that? First of all, we conducted some workshops for people that are interested in. We supported with a special money those who apply for such projects. We conducted trainings how to prepare the researcher CV to be good for application. And then, that I mentioned before, we created the seminars between our partners to create groups being able to respond to calls in a special area. And we observed that result last year. 3 and other grants were obtained directly resulting from those.
So, maybe I would like to ask directly to your question. So from the very beginning of our IDUB program, we just pay attention on grant applications. So in any of the grant, I would like to say we make some grants of the middle range and up to the biggest grants. We ask as an effect to show the application of the grant, national or international level. And we dedicated our last action just to international grants. It was 20 groups, 20 teams which apply in this competition and get successful financing to this. And the level of financing is 700,000 zloty to each group. So I think it is good level to just support good application, yes? So it is the way how we solve it. But of course, there are a lot of problems, and I think it is not because of the quality of research at the Polish universities, but the culture, how to prepare the application, and the group the consortia, which are all the time, for a long time, in Europe, obtaining these grants. So we have to join this consortia, and it is not easy, because it is a problem of communication, it is a problem of culture, it is a problem of just to win a competition with our Western partner too. Yes, it is not easy for us because our starting level is lower. And there are, for a long time in EU has a representative, so we are learning this, yes? Okay.
Yeah, so just follow this up, because this is interesting and important. How do you see an improvement there? Because the Western European competitors that you were referring to, they're not standing still. Yeah, they're developing. So where is the problem where you would have to look at? Is it in the research administration, so the research management, the support structure? Is it in the culture that not enough academics are willing to invest in good applications? So where is the problem, and how can you solve it?
I think the problem is in all of that aspects, but maybe some of them are more and more important. In my opinion, it is a problem of proper collaboration with the Western partners to make networks, to cooperate on a high level. Yes, so we have to prove that our research is on a high level, and this way maybe we will join the best consortia which wins the competition. Yes, so I personally have got a lot of experience in the former years. Yes, so we very often goes to the last level, and we stop at this moment. Yes, so we were graded on a good level, but not on a very good. So it is a problem of excellence. Yes. So it is. Another problem is the problem of administration, for sure. Just to work with this, I think my colleagues from the Warsaw University can tell a little bit about this too.
Yeah, I mean, administration is certainly very important, and administrative support. And as I mentioned, we have put a lot of effort into rebuilding our scheme of administrative support at the university with the help of the IDUB funds. And actually, there is a result which is visible. For instance, in Horizon 2020 altogether, we were running about 120, I think it was 128 projects worth about 42 million euro, whereas right now in Horizon Europe, in the middle of the Horizon Europe, we have 90 projects worth 45 million euro. So there is progress, there is notable progress, but well, still we have not achieved a satisfactory position in the landscape of European science. And so administrative support, I mean, the quality of that support gets increased. As I mentioned, I could have given more examples of that support. I mean, it's really wide-ranging, and it's very personal. I mean, we have developed a scheme which takes into account specific needs of each applicant. We are even approaching specific people whom we recognize as good candidates to run European grants, and we are trying to persuade them to apply, and we offer help, and so on. And quite often it works. But of course there are additional factors as well. It is to be observed that essentially the most successful countries, I mean, on the European market, I mean, countries which benefit most from European funds are the countries which put into the system a lot of money. I mean, the most developed scientifically, technologically economies, those are the ones which benefit more. So there is a synergy issue between politicians at all levels, I mean, at this level of central politics and policymakers and people who are running local councils, I mean, who can take care of various needs of the university or research units essentially at the local scale. I mean, there is the synergy needed between politicians at all levels and scientists and universities. I mean, both parties should actively try to help each other, and it's that synergy which eventually will probably allow us to make qualitative change in not so distant future. But again, growing successful scientists, growing a successful research group, it's a subtle problem. It's a subtle issue, and it needs a lot of attention, it needs a lot of help, and sometimes the scale of that help, or the issues related to the needed help, they go beyond the capacities of the university, even such a big university like University of Warsaw University, Jagiellonian University. So the issue of synergy is also important, but of course all the points which were mentioned by my colleagues are extremely important too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and how about the role of the strategic leadership of the university? You didn't mention it in your synergies. Partnerships. We've heard the term partnerships a couple of times, and all of you have partnerships. But to what extent are you able and willing to make the kind of selection of a strategic partner, not an MOU with an X number of universities, but one or more strategic partners that don't necessarily have to be part of your European University Alliance, but that would really help you to go in the direction that you indicate. From Western Europe, when it comes to EU funding. So is there this drive in the university leadership to identify one or more partners that could really help you to make the kind of steps that you are referring to?
Just with two sentences, I would like to answer also this question, and when I come to this point, I wouldn't blame politicians too much here, because as we are all aware, our success rate here is not so low, but the problem is the number of applications. So I would split the problem into two parts, because we are quite often invited as consortium members, and then we are very interested in joining such consortia led by somebody from Western countries who has experience with receiving such money from European grants and so on. And here we are passive somehow, because we are waiting for such invitations. We are not brave enough to think about creating our own consortia and be brave enough to be leaders of such consortia, and this we have to strengthen. This should be the focus of our efforts. And coming to your question, yes, of course, partnerships are very important, and we should try to select as good partners as possible. But I would say that the most effective partnership comes from the bottom, not from the top. We should not, as rectors, as people responsible for university, we will not declare you should now focus on research, or you should do your research together with this and this university professor and so on. You should build up your relationships with your partners from abroad. Every scientist should do it, participating in conferences, talking, discussing, making some pilot experiments sometimes, and then it builds the connections which enable to build this consortia and apply for grants.
Yes, well, we have to finish, and thank you. And strategic partnerships are not about identifying partners that allow you to tell your staff what to do. But we can come back what strategic partnerships mean for universities. And thank you for reminding us of the time. It's coffee break time. Thank you very much to the panel members for giving their insights into how their universities maneuver themselves, position themselves in internationalization. We've got very relevant insights into issues that need to be addressed also in the coming IDUB debates and the further IDUB development. So please join me in giving a hand to the panel. Thank you. And let's continue the discussion that started to become very interesting at the end in the coffee break. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time to jog our brains with a nice shot of caffeine. And please remember that we only have 25 minutes of the break so that the next panel can start on time and finish on time, because the next and third panel is the last one for today. Thank you. Continuing today's agenda, however, please let me introduce the panelists who will share their thoughts on, let me quote, research prioritization, achieving the right balance between existing research strengths on the one hand and emerging research areas on the other. The members of the panel are Professor Krzysztof Zaremba, Rector of the Warsaw University of Technology, Professor Arkadiusz Wójs, Rector of the Wrocław University of Science and Technology, Professor Marcin Moniuszko, Rector of the Medical University of Białystok. Gentlemen, if you could please take some of those 4 seats. Work culture. Oh, so I am then mistaken. Yes, absolutely. It is work culture. I'm very sorry for lack of my culture of preparation to hosting this show. And we also should have with us Professor Adam Kola, Vice Rector for Research at Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń. And the discussion will be chaired by the one and only lady here, Dr. Marianna Sionsel, expert at the IPTS JRC-EC, which reads the Institute for Prospective Technological Studies of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and also Professor of Chemistry at the University of Bucharest. Madam, could you please take this seat? And I'll try to let you know 5 minutes before 6 o'clock, when we will be unfortunately finishing the first day of the conference. Okay, enjoy the panel.
Hello, good evening. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for staying until this hour. Thank you very much for the panelists who accepted the invitation to be part of the panel. I'm glad that the correction has been made. We are going to discuss about the working culture. I got stressed that I am completely unprepared. And the correction, I used to work for the European Commission. I don't work now effectively, but I will collaborate a lot with them. I am also a member of the high-level policy network, Science Europe, Research and Innovation, Integration, Science Europe, International Collaboration. We are going to discuss about working culture, so nobody is stressed now that we are completely unprepared. My overview regarding this topic. Working culture, the cultural shift, it's one of the main achievements, apparently, considering the statements, the information provided by the university. Now, what is happening is that the academic environment functions at the intersection of high demands for improving performance, which is not always matched by the input. Demographic pressure. We have a decline of the students' number, which put a lot of pressure on the academic staff. And also motivation and quality assurance. We have this difficulty facing regarding remuneration of academic staff and balance with balance between short-term and long-term goals. In addition, the attitude of university depends a lot on their specificity. We have comprehensive university, we have technical university, we have medical university, we have traditional university with already a very good reputation, and we have new universities. The reaction and the attitude of the institution very much depend also on the status of the university. So it's a fact that large university, renowned university, may be more resistant to change because they want to retain the status quo. They already have a reputation. The administrative apparatus is much larger, is more difficult to communicate. The staff will have a resistance to change because they think, okay, we are already performing very well. Also, the communication is more difficult. So, in this context, I would like to ask how your university manages these conflicting challenges, but improving working culture. We have heard earlier that some institutions manage to increase the level of performance, but also that some people do not like the idea of socialism. We have already experienced socialism. We don't want to repeat the experience. Please try to respond to this question, but considering the specificity of your university. We have medical university, also we have technical university here. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, sorry, I do apologize. So I will introduce Professor Krzysztof Zaremba, Rector of the Warsaw University of Technology, Professor Arkadiusz Łoś, Rector of Wrocław University of Science and Technology, Professor Marcin Moniuszko, Rector of the Medical University of Białystok, and Professor Adam Kola, Vice Rector for Research, Nicolaus Copernicus University in Torun. I do apologize if I did not pronounce correctly your name. So, please, who wants to be the first speaker? Can you? Oh, yes? We take turns. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And first of all, I would like to mention that we took it very seriously. The change of work culture, we took it very seriously. And the last competition, I mean, in the first competition of IDUB, we were scored 11th. But even though we were scored 11th, we took it very seriously, especially the title Research University. And our idea was not to really provide the support only for some people at the university, but to transform as much as possible, entire university to the research one, with no neglection of the education problem, rather than introduction of the education process to this research university. We took it very seriously, this change of work culture, especially in the face of those crises that you were mentioning, and the demographic crisis on the top of the epidemiologic crisis and the political crisis is the one that is for sure. We were just having discussed just a moment ago that in 3 years, in entire Poland, the number of graduates of high schools will be half as we can see right now. So we will have to challenge the situation. We will have to kind of fight for the young people to come to universities. So this is the challenge that requires from us the change of the entire culture. So what we have done is that, first of all, almost the entire application of the first IDUB proposal has been copied and pasted and created as an official strategy of development of the entire university. So it's not longer just the application, IDUB application. This is the official document of development of our university. So we are obliged, I happen to be a rector in this time, and I was kind of involved in the creation of this, but even if there was another rector, still he or she is obliged to continue with the process that has been promised in this first application, when all these plans are the official part of our working culture. Another part is just to make it as inclusive as possible. So whatever we are doing, our working culture is based on the inclusion and creating the system that is inclusive to everybody. And in this application, in our strategy, we have focused a lot on the development of our main research activity, which is the development of so-called high-definition medicine. And high-definition medicine is not only medicine based on the medical data, but the medicine that is based on the environment, is based on the social situation, based also on the climate and the history of family history of people, and so on. So it's very comprehensive. And we've managed to create a huge databases, big databases at our university, first of all, as an asset that can be used by societies, and on the other hand, as something that is inclusive to everybody at our university, that is willing to participate in this kind of science, that can use this kind of data for their science. So our idea was that we cannot disperse the money. The increase in subsidy, even this 2% increase in subsidy, even if it was 10% subsidy, It's still too little just to disperse to different activities that could be not really related to each other. That's at least our idea. We thought that whatever money we are about to receive, they should be spent in a very focused manner, in a manner that is like an investment rather than just dispersing and see what's going to happen. And our investment is just create the entire new modus operandi, which is based on the combining research activities, educational activities, and also social activities. So by this I mean reaching out to the society with the results, with the outcomes of our research. And that's changing the entire culture, the mindset of people, because so not that everybody is doing something just only for herself or for himself. You are doing something that is about to be used as soon as possible for our society, in our case for patients, but not only for patients, for the society. And our entire another step is to reach out with these results. So work this way that you can then reach out not only to your researchers, to your students, who are, by the way, actively involved in whatever activities that we are having, and PhD students, but also to policymakers, to people in our community, and also to public opinion. So we are trying and that has happened. We were not forcing, but encouraging people at our university that whatever you do, you should come with this knowledge, come with your outcomes to the community, to the society, to change their mindset, to get them more prepared to really benefit from the results that we are presenting. So what we were trying, and the entire change, maybe there will be a time to get back to this in the future of this discussion. However, we were focusing on, again, not diluting the expenses, but rather to focusing them on research, education that are really related to each other, but also in a way that, for example, research is complemented by students' activity, or, for example, by new study programs. So if we were focusing and we were building the huge big database for artificial intelligence tool, which we have the specialization with, at the same time we were running our research, but also we are involving students and PhD students to these projects, which are related to IDUB, but also organizationally. We created the new program, new study, clinical biostatistics, together with international partners. In this case, that was the SUT University from Belgium. And on the top of that, whatever we've done, we are reaching out with these discoveries to the society, to the community, to the policymakers, and to the young generation of people, just to make them, convince them that science is a journey. Science is something exciting, because what we are facing in Poland is the decline of people that would love to study at all. So we are trying to them that this is something very inclusive. You can really have a lot of fun going into this direction.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to try to keep the timing. Thank you.
Okay, so to define what I mean by work culture, research, because there is basic operation of the university run by the boss, by the rector, then there is strategy, and then on an even more fundamental level we have work culture. So work culture on the most fundamental level makes work of the university efficient, satisfactory to the researchers, meaningful for the people around, worth paying money for the university. And what at my university, what we try to do in terms of transforming the culture of research work, of work. So first there is supposed to be a transition to the culture of multi, inter, and transdisciplinarity, which means basically cooperation between different fields of study or between different methodologies to address and solve bigger problems than otherwise possible. Second way of culture of cooperation is teamwork and cooperation between individual people. And here, for example, important for our university is transformation of the role of the senior researchers. So that when, let's say, you get a habilitation in Poland, you no longer work for your own self, for your own development, but you start building a team, building a laboratory, working for other people around you, getting money for them, and so on. So the transition of what does it mean to really make a teamwork and cooperation. It also includes honest criticism among fellows from the same university, and so on. And then there is a culture of external collaboration, so working for the business around, for let's say for the government, working together with other universities, and so on. So all this is undergoing transition in Poland and also in my university. Then, second important transition in terms of work culture is what I call research autonomy and funding of independent research. So it's not normal yet that most of our researchers feel responsible for securing money for their own research. They count on government money coming as a subsidy from the rector, from the dean. So kind of imprinting this in heads of our research leaders that they are responsible to write a proposal, secure money from the project, and be autonomous in the governing of their own ideas and research. It's a transition. It's very important, and it's normal at successful universities. Then is what I would call the culture of kind of rationalizing research effort and being and having some self-respect in this regard. So not complaining all the time what dean demands, what the rector demands, but especially a professor should undertake important challenges that are satisfactory intellectually, that have some meaning, and not just try to score the points or satisfy the superior. So kind of establishing true independence and self-worth of our especially young leaders of research. Then there is a transition in terms of work culture, in terms of work ethics. These problems were not so important previously, I think, but now when the competition becomes more and more vicious, there is more and more money possible to get, and then we become more competitive on the international scale. Then it's bigger and bigger temptation to abuse the system, whether to have some unfair citations or unfair co-authorship, or for example, abuse artificial intelligence methods and so on, plagiarism and stuff like this. Then in Polish universities, I alluded to this in one of the previous panels, I think we have to undergo this transition about work ethics, meaning honest division of work between teaching and research. It's unthinkable in Poland that a professor or a doctor would tell the boss that I don't have time to teach. I have not taught for the last half a year because I didn't have time for this. But it still happens that somebody who is on a teaching and research position will complain that they have not done research at all, so they effectively did not do their work because they were overburdened with something else, let's say with teaching or with something else. So on one hand, the university has to provide enough time for researchers to do research, but on the other hand, honestly doing work in terms of research, I think it's still a transition, at least in some places of some universities in Poland. Then another transition that occurred to me when we studied what our employees want is the balance between own personal development and contributing to others, meaning to the teams. I mentioned this already, but I think it should be the biggest simplification would be this, that until you get a habilitation, you should work on your own career. So you should try to accumulate skills, you should network as much as possible, build your own contacts, publish as much as possible, travel as much as possible, try to build your own career. The moment you get your habilitation in the first approximation, this is it, no more of this. Now you have to build a lab, build a group, try to keep on what's interesting in science so that you have subjects to give to your students, and so on and so on. So this kind of, one has to grow up, and the role of the university has to change the moment you become an independent researcher. Then the culture of mobility, and in every direction. So, for example, it was discussed at the previous panel, but I think it's still in satisfactory number of PhD students, not only international PhD students, but simply PhD students who are mobile by nature. They usually come from somewhere, finish PhD and go somewhere else. and the same with postdocs and visiting researchers working on projects. And also, we don't do enough sabbaticals or other research visits still. I mean, some people do, but it's not majority of our research staff.
Okay, thank you very much. You will have the chance to develop on this idea.
Sure.
On the following question, please.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this specific panel, because I'm especially grateful because this problem of work culture, this is one of the biggest challenges of my university, and the IDUB program is one of the chances to cure some problems which still remain. I have to tell you that why I say that this is a big challenge and big problem, because I remember when I started my first time as a rector, I found out with my collaborator that we have one very big problem. These are relations between two groups of employees, between academic and not academic employees. We had the feeling like this is a thick glass wall between these two groups, and of course this doesn't make our life and our work easier. So we tried to find out what is the reason, and the simplest method to learn what is wrong is to ask people what they think about this. And I'm not a medical doctor, but I think that we always should start from the diagnosis. So we found a diagnosis which lays deep in the history. You know all that Poland has a very interesting history, and only 35 years ago we were still in the communistic world. And in this communistic world, it was very often that managers pretended that they pay people, and people pretended that they work. And some people got used to the situation, they liked the situation. And the problem is that we inherited many people like this, and they are still working in our university. They have bad habits which are coming from this history. So the next question was, okay, so how to change this? And already, again, we discussed with people and we asked them what we should do to cure this bad situation. And people told me that from the administration, because now I'm talking about administration, they said, the problem is that we are feeling that nobody wants to see us here. Nobody wants to know if you are working well or not. Nobody wants to give us a reward when we are working efficiently. Nobody wants to penalize us, which we are not working at all even. So this was the first sign that we have to make really big changes. And the second thing which we got from this discussion is that people from the administration say, we do not feel members of this university community, and we feel that we are worse. I said, okay, this is completely not true, because everybody knows that the good administration is crucial also for this research part. So we tried to find a method how to change this. And we have introduced many mechanisms which should change the situation, and now already is much better, but some problems still remain. So first of all, we built a mechanism to be able to monitor the level of satisfaction of people and learn what they need, what they expect, and what kind of problem they have. This was thanks to the establishment of new department in our university. It was thanks to for the IDUB program. This department is called Department of the Strategic Analysis, and they conduct continuous research in this area. The other mechanism, which is, to my mind, is very efficient and motivating, this is management by objectives. In our case, it means that all tasks which we defined in our strategy of development, we assigned to the specific units in our university, and then inside these units, people were assigned to the specific tasks. So now they don't know exactly what we are expecting, and they feel responsible for these certain tasks. So now I feel that the situation is much better. Also, because the core principle in our university is to invest in people, we introduced many mechanisms to allow the professional development of our people. For instance, for example, the specified trainings. You know, this is not a new idea, because this kind of trainings were offered also before our project started. And I asked people again, why it doesn't work? And they said, because the courses which are offered, it's not the courses which we need. We don't need a course of Excel or PowerPoint every year, because we know how to use these tools already. So we propose a very wide set of, I know.
Okay.
Okay,
good.
1 second.
I have to start by body language, as Simon was saying, so we have to keep that.
Okay,
time.
so I put a point in this.
I am alone here
place.
between men, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to continue. It's very interesting. So.
Okay, thank you for invitation and of being here. But you know, after those two first panels, I was wondering what happens with our culture of complaint. I mean, in Poland we are really good on that, and those two panels were so optimistic. All our universities are so great that. Actually, sorry to say that I don't know what you are doing here. Okay, everything is perfect. But I'm not so sure whether it's true. I understand that this situation is pretty difficult because one day you will be evaluating all our universities. So in that sense, we are trying to present ourselves as best as it possible. So of course, I can tell you about changes in our culture of publication. It's working really well due to IDUB. We double our international collaboration publication. Now it's on the level of 42,3 point of publication from database. I can tell you about our mobility programs and engagement of our people who are working there, and those our students, our PhD students. So it's perfect. We finally got 2-year C grants. That's amazing, like for such a small university. But what is missing? And also in this discussion, one thing I underlined today in the morning, that are students. I think that rector of our host university mentioned about PBL, and that's great, 300 projects, that's really amazing, so congratulations for that. That's really amazing. But in all other panels, what students were missing, students and PhD students, they're really the future of our discussion. If we are trying to present or change our university, our work culture, we need to do this also for them and in dialogue with them. Okay, this is crucial. We'll not be on those positions forever. We'll be here for a few years and we'll be doing something different. But they will come to our universities if we will be enough attractive, if we will create work conditions which are attractive for them. So what is missing? The second point is communication. This is the point that was sometimes present in our discussion. So our internal communication with our government. There were some problems for years in Poland. Now it's better, but whether it will be successful at the very end, we'll see. But what about internal communication? I can say from my position that it's very hard to communicate successfully within university. You've mentioned in your first speech about this division between IDUB people and those who are not included. This is really a very serious problem at each of the university. And in case of comprehensive university, and Rector Kaniewska mentioned this, especially for humanities and social sciences, it is really like a kind of demand that we want to be a part of this program, and we cannot be because there are some bibliometric indicators that we are not able to fulfill. So this is important. And finally, in communication part, how to convince our partners from the city, from regions, to be part of this, what research university can be for our environment. So those things cause that we really need to focus more on communication. I still may add one thing. One very quick. Okay. So what is missing, but maybe what was said before, that is the administration or the administrative staff. And I'm really dreaming shortly that we can start to treat our administrative staff at least as a mid-level management with all competences, with all qualifications, because we have really excellent people working with us. But we are not using them properly, and we are not using what they can offer for our universities because they are not a part of the hierarchical institutions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So somehow I will stick for the time being to the question which were addressed in the surveys. One of the questions referred to the fact that the status of the research university may have a positive impact on the interest in studying or working at the specific university. Now, when we analyze the figure, it was not very evident that this happened. In some university, the number of students decreased, but obviously the reason may be very complex. What we have identified that the university focus on excellence and internationalization, integration of research and teaching, promotion of STEM fields. Now, considering that we function in a very complex environment, my question is, do you really know which are the reasons for the attraction of the students to your university? Do you have specific surveys to identify the motivation of the students? Because could be proximity, cost of living, could be a specific field in which they are interested. The motivation may not be related to the status, to the prestige of the university. One question. A secondary question to this main question. Another question is related to the staff. While for the students may be more evident the attraction for studying in a very good university, I wonder which is the situation for the staff, because being a staff in a research university actually means also more pressure to perform better, but the salary do not necessarily match this tension. Also, this large universities are also in large cities with a higher cost of living. So my question is, I have also a third question. Excessive use of scientometric indicators may lead to counter effects. Lack of internal competition. I heard before something very interesting. Actually, Silesian universities, they don't put pressure for improving performance on short term, on longer term. So this is my third question. How do you manage the requirement to improve performance? What do you think about actually the commitments? Because I saw that many of the university have signed the coalition for research, for reform of the research assessment. do you think that this would be an improvement of the working culture? I know what happened in some countries. This pressure to perform better actually led to very negative effects, meaning low collaboration, internal collaboration, competition, but not a positive one. So please, if you try to be in time, replying to the three questions. One is referring to the students, which is a motivation, if you know which is a motivation for the student to come to university, and how the number of the students can be increased, because I understand that in Poland it's becoming a problem, the decreasing number of students. Also, how do you deal with conflicting, let's say, challenges, attracting good researchers, but keeping them in the university? You are medical and technical university. Staff has probably better option outside the university. Thank you. And the third one related to Quara. Thank you very much. Yes, in the same order or as you wish.
So with the first question, it matters to students whether it's a research university or not, and it's even surprising to me sometimes how much they are looking, at least some of them, they are looking at all these rankings and for example, all these competitions. For example, they know it helped us a lot in terms of candidates when it turned out that our university has scored very high scores in the national evaluation with this A+. I thought there's kind of like internal information within universities, and then I was surprised how much students or candidates for studies have seen it, and we've seen, yeah, that's worth it. It's not only for research, but it's attracting also the young people. The same with some other rankings, like we have this magazine, science magazine like Perspective, that is running all these rankings. When you have the good position there, the young people that are reading this, they are looking at this, oh, I will go to this university. So it's one of the, I think, and I can see that at least, I'm not saying that's for everybody, but there is a number of students, young people, the graduates of high schools, that's being attracted by this kind of performances, and we at least were benefited from our high scores in different competitions. For our medical universities, with this problem of declining numbers of students, it all depends. We have the declines, it's not visible yet. However, we are facing these demography issues, and it differs, it varies across different disciplines. Because we have, for example, 16 different program studies. It's not only doctors, it's not only nurses, it's not only pharmacists. It's 16 different, all kinds of medical healthcare, public health, many others, clinical biostatistics. Some are in English, some are run with other universities. So far it's full, and we are very happy with a high number of quite good really candidates. We are thinking ahead of time. We are thinking of the situation in 3 years from now when there will be this decline. And what we have done, first of all, we reach out to other universities in our city. We started a coalition, we called it U3, that we should go together to high schools, the families, the parents, because they made joint decisions. So we are trying to attract to our city, to our place, but also we reached out, as I said before, to the local government. This is your business to have the best students, best young people in your universities. So our local governments have started already the promotional campaign to keep people in our universities. So this is for the first question. For the researchers and for those that they may feel that there is too much pressure when you're in the research university. What I've noticed since I've been in this business like 9 years and for 8 years as a vice rector for science, people would like to see the clear criterions. If they see the clear criterions, they can get ready even if the criterions are tough. So so I don't think that people are complaining of too much pressure. They would be complaining if they didn't know what is demanded from them. And at our university, we've created a system that has nothing to do with the good or bad will of the rector or vice rector. This is purely promotional system, a pro-quality system based on your past achievements. And also, for example, if your science is going to be related to the so-called IDUB related areas, then you can get enhancement of your subsidy. And people know it, it's clear. So they go, because as I said before, our IDUB related activities are very inclusive. So if somebody wants to be the part of them, it's can benefit. So this is how we win the competition with the other, let's say, places of work. Because yes, especially for medicine, they are being attracted by many other employees, but we are trying to, for those who could be attracted, we are trying to attract them, which is difficult because, other places, especially hospitals, are paying a lot of money, especially for doctors. This is, sometimes it's impossible, this is mission impossible, but we are trying, and again, discovery, some remuneration, but, there is no remuneration from science that can beat the wages that, for example, other hospitals can pay for doctors. So sometimes we can lose this war with doctors, but we also focusing, let's say, at the 15 other disciplines, not only clinical doctors, but, pharmacists, analysts, and so on, and so on, and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so those questions are not very strictly connected with what I would define as work culture, but I'll try to connect them. So what makes our university attractive to students is, it's Wrocław Tech in the city of Wrocław, is that it's a tech university and engineering is always useful and it brings good salary. We are a respected university with long tradition and we are one of the biggest universities, so we cover all disciplines of engineering, so we have plenty of laboratories, plenty of professors, so there is some prestige. Also, we are in a very attractive city. It's both big, it's well located, and it has tradition of openness and welcoming. Apparently, it's also good for parties, for students. And now, then connecting this with work culture, I don't think universities will have a problem with decreasing number of students, quite the contrary. There might be a problem for the Polish economy with a decreasing number of graduates if it is connected with the quality of the graduates. But actually, I believe that our university suffered decade after decade with too many students. And the effect of this is that our teaching load is higher than the typical teaching load in the Western world. And we have to, as researchers, we have to compete for the same grants, to publish in the same journals, to compete for the same invited lectures and for the same international awards, typically teaching almost every day. A typical young PhD teaches every day, or maybe 4 days a week. And this is an unfair competition in a world that nobody cares. I mean, people just evaluate us based on our work and not on how much teaching load we have. So actually, reducing number of students at our universities will make it a fair game and will allow us to contribute to research more, so to sort of pay due to our fundamental mission in a better way. Then, at this moment, the way we deal with this too many students at the universities affects culture of work, because there are two ways to deal with this, or some combination. One is separating our staff into teachers and researchers. So it's attractive for researchers, and students are taken care of by the teaching staff. This is against the Humboldt principle of a research university, so it has obvious drawback. Students do not contact actual creators of knowledge, they mostly contact teachers. Then the other extreme is to overburden everybody with teaching so much that there is little time left for research, and it's an excuse for many of our researchers not to do research at all, which deteriorates completely the culture of research work at the institution. So all rectors somehow navigate between those problems, but okay, this is enough about students. Then PhD students, and I'll finish with this. So I believe we have, and Lauritz, you said it in your opening speech, that we have about twice too few PhD students at our university. And I will not elaborate on this anymore than to saying that this very closely touches culture of work, because working in a group, as I mentioned, working with PhD students and caring about younger people like PhD students, and working in such a way that people come to the university and leave, so the culture of mobility, and the fact that you also will have to work for somebody who will supersede you or somehow achieve more than you. This is the core of culture of work at the university, and I think significant increase in the number of PhD students at our universities will naturally transform the culture of work in this respect, for the good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. If you ask about the impact on the IDUB logo on the total number of the candidates, the only frank answer is I don't know. I don't know, but I tell you why. Because there are two effects going in parallel. First, this is a demographic trend, which means that the total number of candidates in Poland is decreasing. And now we are preparing for the really bad drop, which will happen in 4 or 5 years. The second effect, I believe, this is attraction of the students by the IDUB logo, which is received as a guarantee of the high level of research in the university. In our university, the other problem is that we had a reputation of the very good research university before the IDUB project started, so it might not big change when we got this status. So I don't know. This is for the undergraduate students. For undergraduate students, this is much more important. Why? Because our graduate studies address very modern technical challenges. So candidates want to be sure that this research level which we represent is very high, and we are somehow in touch with this modern technology. And this status gets this guarantee. Of course, for the doctoral students, this is even more important for the same reasons, of course. Okay, the second question was about this...
Stuff, research, performance,
research,
pressure.
Yes, but also...
Salary, compensation. And competing with the other sector, like industry. I guess that they have higher salary in industry.
Oh yeah, competition with the with the business is really hard, because in Warsaw especially, because this is a very rich market, so they can offer our employees the salary which is 3, 4, 5 times higher than in our university. What we can do? Not much. What we can offer to these young people? First of all, the reputation of the university. What is very in CV, this is very important, right? The second, we offer them the stability, and what is the most important, we offer the fascinating work. But you know, this of course works, but I saw the results of the research of one of the European Union commissions. They said that if the difference between the salaries which are offered in the university and outside university differ by 30%, not more, this is enough to keep these young people in the university. So this is not the case in Poland. So we face very, very bad problem that many young people leave the university only because of the financial...
well, I don't think that this is a problem for the society itself, for the economy, but for the university, indeed, is a problem when it loses its staff.
Exactly, yes.
But, okay, thank you. You didn't say any of you about anything about Quara, so at the end we are going quickly to go back to this question, please.
Okay. I'm wondering whether we can treat decreased number of students as a chance, not as a problem, especially for those universities that's supposed to be research universities, because at least at the time you can focus on individual work with students, on all tutorials, all individual programs, on working in labs as a chance, not as a problem. So in that sense, I treat this, especially for research universities, as a chance, not as a problem. And I have a good example, because it sounds good for IT or the hard science, but what about humanities and social sciences? And I have a good example from our university. What happens and what is positive due to IDUB program is establishing a few labs, laboratories in humanities and social sciences. with very good equipment, with well-qualified people, and right now we are, due to this fact, we are very attractive for people who are coming from abroad to work with us. This is something completely new. We double our international postdocs and people who decided to stay in Poland. They have pretty good conditions to work here. They have the National Science Agency. Some of them already applied for grants from our NCN, and they decided to stay with us. This is the best information for IDUB, that there are people who are coming from abroad, not only some far away, but also people from Western Europe, and who are thinking about Poland as a place where they can work and do research on a very good level. So this is something new, and this is strictly related to work culture, because those who decided to create those labs, they had to think about their work in a completely different way. We're talking about people from humanities and social sciences that are working only reading books and writing papers. This is completely not true. Yes, there's my colleague who created really good lab in linguistics. There are people from psychology department. There are people from cognitive sciences, and they are successful. And answering directly to your question, cognitive science, our program in English, is the best example that could be attractive for other people. Among 120 people who are applying for cognitive science in English, 67 of them were foreigners who were just interested in this particular program, and they want, due to facilities, really good people who are working there, they want to study this particular program. So this is the best answer, but this is not valid for every single program that is available at our university. If we are a comprehensive university with about 120 different programs, and starting from medical school to theology, it is really hard to do this for every single program.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, considering that this is a mutual learning exercise, very briefly, please describe the best pro-worker solution implemented at your university. Now, analyzing the answer from the studies, the key trends are focus on inclusivity and equality, improve work-life balance, enhance development opportunities, streamline administrative processes, and mental health and well-being. You don't have to refer at one of these options. Just please very briefly describe the best measure initiative which was taken in your university.
All right, the same order.
Which would you recommend? And as someone asked before, you would keep in your university if IDUB will stop funding the university?
Maybe it's difficult to measure, but I will say what we were trying to do and what we are doing to increase the most pro-worker solution that we've implemented is to feel that people are working together on something common. And this is something which I cannot give you the parameters, but my entire involvement and the people who are responsible for the IDUB implementation at our university, our goal is to get people together, consolidation, to feel consolidation of activities, consolidation of different disciplines around one project, consolidation of different workers, so teachers, researchers, students, PhD students, and society around some program, and also consolidation of different universities, for example, from our city, around the same thing. Again, especially in the context, in response to your previous question, how can we attract people if the industry is so aggressive, in the business so aggressive in getting people to them? Though, in our case, what we can make to keep people on the platform, on board, is just to make them feel that they are doing something meaningful. Otherwise, we are losing everybody, because otherwise, just there are not that many passionate people that would love to stay at the university without feeling that they are doing something meaningful. So we try to them to feel that they are the part of something important. We try to consolidate whatever they do. We try to break these glasses between the researchers and teachers, administration and academics. So in our case, we try to make administration staff equally as partners of researchers and academics, not as some bodies who are under them. We are trying to make them equal partners of the projects that are being involved. And again, of course, there are many things with this work-life balance, like the gender equality program, all these mobilities, all training, interpersonal skills, taking care, for example, open boxes for any questionnaires, and so on and so on. There are many other things that I would love to discuss, but for the lack of time, I would say we try to consolidate people around certain areas. And that's what we are really doing. For example, our IDUB management program, which is like board, we have 50 people who are truly directly involved in IDUB running. We have a meeting every Wednesday, every week, for 2 hours to discuss what else can we do. And there is administration, there is teachers, there is students, there is people, and we try to discuss what can we do better. And by this way, if people feel that they are the part of something important, then it's something that's also making the quality of life, quality of work better. That's what we believe. That's what we see that's what we hear from people, that pays off.
Okay, thank you very much. One measure, yes, brief description. A very concrete measure is like inviting other universities to repeat the experience.
I understand. So let me just start with that. Culture of work cannot be ordained by the rector. Culture of work cannot even be set in the strategy. But by implementing those things, in the long run, we are hoping to transform the culture of work and effectively, in the end, make our universities better. Now, the one thing that I would like to leave at our university, if anything else has to go, is the program called Academia Juvenum that I already talked about in this forum years ago. An idea is that we select in a transparent way from all disciplines of the university 48 young people, so it's young people with PhD, for 2 years program of training. So there is some reward because they have a little bit less hours to teach. They have got a little bit higher salary for the 2-year time when they're in the program. But for all this, for those benefits, they have a responsibility to contact each other, to have a seminar, and have to know each other. So smart young people from all disciplines that we do at the university, and they undergo very serious training program. From things like how to write papers or how to write proposals to how to use colors in the PowerPoint presentation or how to manage a team or something like this. A very, very broad program of training. And they're supposed to be future leaders of our university. They also get a right and a privilege and also an obligation to represent young scientists at our university. So whenever we do something like we change the statute or we change the strategy or we undergo some serious decision at the university, they are the voice of young researchers of our university, and those people, unlike students or professors, never had a voice at our university before. And this program, in the long run, is supposed to build mutual respect of people from different disciplines, connection between them, ability to work together, and also its ability to train people to be effective scientists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with this gentleman, but you have mentioned many measures, and I think that one of them is always forgotten and it's very important. This is well-being of our employees and students. This measure addresses a very hard problem which we face with the psychological problems of our students, of our employees. We try to help. I am representing the technical universities, but we have employed 6 psychologists, and they face the long queues every day because so many people need professional help. So what we propose in IDUB program, for instance, we propose sport for all people who want to be together, and we give them the ball and they're playing football or volleyball together. It gives them a rest, also the rest of the mind, and it builds a society. So I think this is only one of the ways what we can do. But well-being for me, it's really crucial.
Sorry? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I cannot say about our University Center for Support and Personal Development, which is the role is exactly to work on students, PhD students, and our staff well-being, and also psychological problem. After COVID, this is really a crucial problem, and it was raised by students, by our PhD students, and also those who are working with us. So this center is trying to support all those groups equally because they are equally important for our community. But then I can think about very small initiatives that are available for both our university and our local community. And I have in my mind the Copernicus Center of Integration or Integration Center, which is a very interesting place in a not middle of the small forest which is close to our university, and where people from the city and from our university can talk each other and organize some different meeting. There's social garden, they can spend time. So this is more or less what you said about this well-being part, or organizing university kindergarten, what is especially important for those who are coming to our city. We are not living in a large city, as you mentioned. We are living in a mid-size, 200,000 people, and in this city looking for good schools for international scholars who are coming is very hard work. So we have our university high school, we collaborate with those high school pretty close, so we are trying to open those for people who are coming to our university. I don't know if those are good measures in terms of numbers, but there are good measures in terms of individual life of different people.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last question, very related to the survey. In the context of a very competitive higher education landscape, the concept of higher education mergers became very important. Now, analyzing the answers in the survey, most Polish institutions recognize the potential benefits of cooperation, but emphasize the importance of maintaining autonomy, preserving institutional identity, and addressing legal and operational challenges. What is interesting that also IDUB launched the discussion and should have this transformative role during the IDUB program. Some of the universities, not only that they merge, but they set their own medical faculty instead of merging with a neighboring university. Now, I was looking at the Shanghai ranking. I know that distinct universities have distinct perspectives regarding these mergers, and many of us would ask why is needed. And I look a bit at the top Shanghai University. This is a ranking in 2020. So we have 28 universities from the United States, 7 universities from United Kingdom, 3 from France, 3 from China, 2 from Australia, 1 from Switzerland, 2 from Canada. Now, I had the curiosity to look at Harvard University in 2021. It had 18,700 personnel involved in research, 30,000 students, and the budget, I do the comparison with the national budget, was higher than the budget which Romania, for example, invests in research and development. And this is without considering their investment funds, because they have their private fund. So, Now, coming back, okay, we know that the international landscape is extremely competitive. It is pressure for the European universities to become more competitive, to become more visible in the international landscape. Which is your opinion about the consolidation? Where do you stand? And which are the pros and the contras?
Okay. As I said before, the consolidation is my favorite word. And actually, this year we have been in Shanghai rankings. So this is from 2020, I guess. Yeah. So, but this year is better for some Polish universities. So we are there. We would love to consolidate as much as possible. As I said, consolidate internally, but also consolidate externally. The problem is that, for example, in our case, we have two neighboring universities, and they are good. We are good friends, and we have a lot of consolidative activities. However, we are the owner of the huge hospital, actually two hospitals, and we are like directly involved in the healthcare system in our region. So on one side, this is a great benefit, since we can implement strictly all our discoveries to our patients, to people in our region. On the other hand, this level of responsibility threatens other universities from kind of like directly consolidating with us, because then they will think, okay, it's not only about science and students, it's also about people who can die in hospitals, because that's the part of our work for all medical universities. We are not only doing research and teaching, we are directly involved. The majority of our scientists, our workers, are directly involved in healthcare system, which is quite unique in terms of probably as compared to other places also in the world. So, however, we try to, even though maybe sometimes they don't want to consolidate officially, but we try to consolidate any possible activity that is there, and especially in terms of artificial intelligence, which for us is very crucial. And our entire IDUB program is around this artificial intelligence tool, mostly about building big data. Big data is in 21st century, of course, is the oil, is the gold. So we have with Technical University of our city, also with the Classical University, we try to have them in our artificial intelligence projects, with our population projects that we are running. We get them. They are the official part of this project. We have the agreements. People are working together with us. We have the common joint meetings, strategies, and work. But it's not only about the city. It's also about the European University part. Together with the Tech University from Poznań, we are in the European University also reaching out to the people from all around the Europe to also to include in these activities associated with big data and artificial intelligence. It's also about the other universities which we have the collaboration, MIT, Broad Institute, Karolinska, and so on, which we have the official agreements. So consolidation whenever it's possible. In our case, the obstacle is for, let's say, even for politicians from our region or from others. How can you consolidate with medical universities if they have this difficult stuff of taking care of patients? So that threatens some of the universities. I know that in some cases it's possible that they are having, but usually so far it was the barrier. But we are not discouraged. We are trying to consolidate as many activities as possible despite of these problems.
Okay, thank you very much. Still, it does work for Western universities. They include medical university. I know that the problem is the same in other countries, and the resistance is very high.
So you said that Harvard has 18,000 academic staff. Probably all of you know that 11,000 out of these are medical doctors, medical scientists. And Harvard University, every year, publishes more articles in index journals than the University of Cambridge, University of Oxford, and probably Technical University of Munich combined. Most of this is done in medicine. Medicine is arguably the most important, broadly understood, medicine is arguably the most important area of research today, where most hot stuff happens. It's a very attractive area of research and changes our world for the good in the most important fashion. No wonder it's impossible to win in Shanghai ranking not having medicine at your university. Our universities, our schools were fragmentized by political decision after the Second World War. And for example, in our city, Wrocław, which is only half the size of Munich, so it's about maybe now 700,000 people. We have 20, probably 5 or so universities. including 11 public universities, and, for example, 3 art universities separately. Theater is separate from music and from fine art. And, for example, university, which has 300 years of tradition and 14 Nobel Prize laureates in the history, does not have medicine. So it cannot compete with almost any university in the West in terms of publication or respect or Shanghai ranking. That's why some of the Polish universities try as much as possible. It's difficult to just merge. Politically, financially, but try to communicate and to collaborate and to somehow integrate as much as possible. Our city, Wrocław, just 3 days ago on Friday, we announced a manifesto of collaboration among all our universities, especially in face of problems and crises which Europe is facing right now. And Gdańsk has done something like this very recently, and I bet in all of our cities there are attempts to collaborate and consolidate as much as possible to use mutual areas of expertise and equipment and exchange stuff and stuff. And I think this is very, very important, although I don't have much hopes that there will be quick mergers of the universities in Poland. But as much collaboration as possible is for the good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think that all you know that in Poland we have more than 350 universities, so this is a good reason to think about the consolidation. But if you ask me what I think about the consolidation of the universities, my answer is that it may or may not bring significant added value. If we want the consolidation to be beneficial, the universities which merge should be on the same research level. They should represent research areas which are complementary and partially overlapping. So in case of the technical university, such a field, this is a medicine. So I do not agree with Marek. We like each other very, very much, but I do not agree that it's a good idea to build a medical faculty in the technical university if we have a very good medical university as a neighbor. So we have chosen another way. And now I feel a little bit uncomfortable because this is the first time when I publicly share one information that we have already informal agreement with the Warsaw Medical University that we will together explore possibility of the federalization in 1 or 2 years, and I think this is a correct way. So far, this kind of consolidation. This is not a decision which 2 rectors can take just in the office, because we need acceptation and support from the communities. So we have to convince them that this is a good idea. So what we have done, we have signed already an agreement about the research and didactic collaboration, and now we run together several joint projects in both areas. And my opinion is that first results are very, very optimistic and promising. And what is even more important, there is a lot of enthusiasm on both sides. So this is our approach.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so I have 2 options. The first is to tell you about some kind of joke, but it will be very Polish joke about one of the high school, one of the university in my hometown, Toruń. This is a kind of private school with very strong religious aspect, but that will be very internal joke, so please, I will skip this, okay? I will explain this later. But there is a serious answer, which is that we already did this. Actually, our university is a university with a fine arts faculty included from the very beginning. That was this only exception that other universities was divided in 45 when borders changed, and at our university, Faculty of Fine Arts was included and is still part of our university. Then we included theology as a part of our university, coming back to some old medieval tradition. And 20 years ago, we included a medical school from Bydgoszcz, so the city which is 45 kilometers from Toruń. So we already merged. After 20 years, this year, next Monday is the anniversary of 40 years of existing this medical school and 20 years of merging, and it's working pretty well. There are some problems. After 20 years, there are some differences even in IT systems, but it works in terms of collaboration. But for all of you who are thinking about merging, it is very hard. You've mentioned this, that merging with medical school, we have 2 hospitals and some other medical places. It is hard. It is long-term process. If we can think about this in 20 years, okay, now we are really sure that it was very good decision. I'm not pretty sure whether all politicians from Bydgoszcz can agree with me. And finally, few years ago, 6 years ago, we opened a Veterinary Science Center, which is a project combined by 3 different universities from this from this region. So we already did this job. So I can say, okay, we are ready to present you results.
Thank you very much. Now, because we are very late, please, do you have any question related to working culture? The impact of IDUB program on working culture. You are too late. Okay. You are tired? It's too late? Okay. Over there.
Tomasz Szemberg. Okay. Tomasz Szemberg, University of National Education Commission in Krakow. I have rather remark because there was some sentences about teaching overload. I got my PhD in Germany many years ago. I was teaching 2 hours. My advisor was teaching 12 hours. Now I am advisor of some students and I teach 3 or 4 hours, taking into account various reductions. My students, depending if they are in the doctoral school or not, teach 5 or 10 hours a week. This is, I think, structural problem which was never addressed. The professor teach too few hours in general. I know this is not popular, but I can say it because now I'm on this side. And there is another issue. You mentioned that the number of young people is decreasing. This is one point. But I think that there is also increasing group of young people who have legitimation to go to study, and they say, why? Why should we study? Why should we enter this, in general, oppressive system if it doesn't bring us benefits for development of our life? Because there are many jobs which do not require formal competences. Could you comment somehow on this?
Is this a question? I
don't know the question. The question is if you have any reflections on what I said.
Many, but it will take a long time. We want a quick question, we'll give a quick answer. It's late now. Would you like to answer?
Nobody.
That's how the panel works.
Any other question related to working culture? Potential measure which could be implemented by IDUB program to improve the working culture? Reflection on the consolidation on Quara, for example, because you didn't have the time to give me an answer or you didn't specifically address this issue. I have another question. If your university is part of university alliances, do you sense a change of working culture due to these partnerships or not? And I have another question related to human resources strategy for researchers. If your university has started the implementation of the strategy or is intending to implement the strategy. If there are no other questions from the public, obviously.
Okay, so I can start with human resources strategy for researchers, and we already implemented this. There are several reasons or frames why we did this. First was HR in excellence in research. That was the kind of formal reason. The second one was our European Alliance, UFE, and part of this project that we started a few years ago in this first round was to change the culture, working culture of our university. So, from the very beginning, all our students, teaching body, and administrative staff were engaged in this process. And actually, Quora is the next point. We should prepare the action plan for implementing Quora inside the university. And that could, I think, I'm looking, but the slide is very bright. I think that the University of Gdańsk introduced Quora for its own purpose to change the human resources strategy. So this is possible, and we also want to follow this path.
Okay, thank you. You wanted to ask something? Yes, we have a question here.
But can I also answer your question?
Yes, sure. Please, sorry.
Okay. One thing, maybe one of you experts would say what you think at the end, maybe about this, whether professors should teach more or young students, because it's a fact about Poland, and our opinion doesn't matter. What do you think it should be to make universities better work? But the question, give you a minute to think. and one thing that we learned from within our alliance is that emphasis should not be only put on rewarding success, but also on training for success. That's a new way of acting as a university, as an organization. Then another thing that's important is European projects. European projects are not merely a source of fund, but they imprint completely different culture of work. People are forced to attack new problems, usually very attractive in competitive fields. So they are pushed out of their niches, out of their comfort zones. They have to work with people from other universities that usually have different methodology, maybe different culture of work. They are forced to, within Horizon projects, work with industry. So that also makes you learn. So it kind of kicks people out of this comfort zone, makes them develop throughout the whole career doing consecutive projects. That's a big change in culture of work.
I can agree that the question you asked, this is strictly about culture of work. The collaboration with the European alliances helps people think out of the box, and this is the biggest possible change in culture work that we have achieved, and we are working to keep it all the time. Think outside the box, make the science interdisciplinary, not just your island and the field of expertise, but try to reach out to the other groups and try to reach out to society and to students, try to attract them. This is, I think, if I may summarize my part of this participation in this Culture of Work panel, that's my goal, my dream, thinking outside the box and getting together with different specialities around some common goals.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and it was basically back to the students and linking university to society. I'll answer your question afterwards, but I'll raise a question first. So on students and how you can use them eventually to link university to society, do you have any systematic approach to working with alumni? We were terribly bad at it in my country. It has taken more than 20 years. Now we're a little bit better because we don't have the culture for it. Whereas in the US and other countries, alumni are used systematically to link university, faculties, departments to at least research-intensive industries, but also industries or businesses with deep pockets. We don't do that very well in my country, so I cannot offer you any particular solution, but is it something that you're considering in the context of this program or other?
Yeah.
And before you answer, then just an answer to the question on yes, in my university, the best professors meet the students in the first semester, mainly to inspire them, so they have something to look forward to, because there is a number of years where you are at a very theoretical and maybe not insanely inspirational, you could say, journey through your education. But if you'd met some of these famous professors whom all know from media or elsewhere, who can really compellingly show what is this about early, then there's a bigger retention of the students throughout. So we say you meet them early, and again you meet them late. So you may not meet them so much in the middle because professors also have to do research, but you definitely have to meet them first semester or at least first year.
Alumni, this is very important issues, and actually we've started a special office for communication also to reach out to our alumni, and they love it. Some of them, they really love it. They have this feeling to be in communication with alma mater. However, it doesn't have these benefits that, for example, are visible in the United States, because then alumni, of course, and I tell you just a very short joke. I love communication. I have the open meetings with students, and I was telling them, my dream is to build another dormitory, but that costs 90 million Polish zloty, and I don't have this money yet. And from the first joke, the student from United States has just raised the hand. So why don't you use this money that alumni have provided to university? I said, just wait a second. Wait a second. Not yet this money. But yes, this is something extremely important. And I think that it will take like 1 or 2 generations, because it's all about economics as well. That these alumni, so far, they had this emotional bonds, but they don't have this financial bonds yet. Although some of them support, but the scale of this is not as you can expect when you look at the American experience. So emotionally, yes, financially, a bit. Yet.
Wrocław Tech has way more than 100,000 alumni. Many of them have successful careers, are influential or rich people. The contacts with them is very unsatisfactory, in my opinion. We have big plans. There are big changes. I hope next year we will be able to tell you of some success.
This time I agree with my friend. The situation, my university is exactly the same.
Okay. Sorry, Lauritz, please.
This is not about work culture, but you mentioned, you asked about potential mergers or stronger collaboration, and I have taken a look into some of the ranking lists, and I tried to compare Poland Poland to other areas in the world with more or less the same population size, and certainly with the same economic aspirations. And if I do that, Poland does not show up very well. You do not compare well to Canada. You do not compare well to Australia. You do not compare well to the Nordic countries and the Netherlands, which together have more or less the same population. So, what does this tell me? Because I have great appreciation of the capacity of Poland's universities and your research environment. It tells me that the way you organize yourself is difficult to see from the outside. So if you want to become more visible, you have somehow to merge institutions, because it's almost impossible for you to compare. I can just give you the numbers. If you should compare to the Nordics and the Netherlands, you should probably have about 17 universities in the top 200. And you have 2 in the top 500. And I'm not saying this to criticize you, because I really think that you have exactly the same, to a large extent, the same quality as we have. But we have consolidated our systems during the last maybe generation. So I think if I look into the next generation, I am sure there will be consolidation in Poland, and I would certainly also recommend it for you. And I think in many of the great Polish cities, there's great opportunity for much closer, I would say mergers. I dare to say mergers And if you want to compare to the globe, we all look to this fantastic list of American universities, but on average, American universities do not do as well as European universities. And even if you count numbers in the top 200, I mean, areas in Europe do even better than the United States. So please, yes, look across the Atlantic. I mean, if it's not going completely crazy. And but also look to within our own European community. There's so many lessons to be learned, and why wouldn't you? I understand your history. This is why it takes another generation. But please, please take a close look at. I'm a natural scientist. I'm a biologist. So when people say we cannot do something because of the legal framework, I get tired, because I know that the legal framework is something that we have created. It's not a part of the laws of nature. So if it's a legal framework that makes it impossible for you to consolidate, change it. I mean.
But look, how unfair is the competition of Warsaw University with Harvard without medicine? And here I congratulate my friend Krzysztof on the idea of consolidation with medicine, because finally we will have a strong technical university on a European level.
It's true. It's true, because we also have the situation for humanities that are not as visible as medicine. Because I mean, if you have a coronavirus, the virus doesn't distinguish between the Chinese and the Danish, for example. So, but the Chinese language and Danish language may sound the same from a Polish perspective, but it's not the same. So I do think that it's right. I am in favor of comprehensive universities, very much so, because the different disciplines also fertilize each other. So I would definitely, I don't know, I probably offend somebody, but I mean, medical universities, stand-alone medical universities, I don't...
You know what is the best technical university in Europe? University of Cambridge.
Yeah, I know, but it's also a kind of comprehensive. If it's a university, maybe it's just a community, who knows? But we call it a university, or they do. So there are many ways to organize yourself, but I'm impatient. I think you could do much more in terms of consolidating the system. Of course, we are never telling this to the government. And don't be afraid.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for participating to the panel. Thank you very much for having patience until this hour. Thank you very much.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, was the panel on work culture, with the third panel being finally over and all the thoughts and reflections squirming in our minds. Let us thank the keynote speakers, moderators and panelists, as well as the organizer of the 4th Progress Review Conference of Universities participating in Excellence Initiative Research University Program, the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Poland, and the host, the Silesian University of Technology, that has generously provided us with food and refreshments. Time for applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 4th Progress Review Conference of the universities participating in the Excellence Initiative Research University Program. We're all the part of the same family, so I believe we can all safely call it IDUB or IDUB. And as well, we all know, and I reiterate myself for which I apologize, it is organized by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education and hosted by the most hospitable Silesian University of Technology. I very cordially welcome all the experts who have come here from abroad. I very cordially welcome representatives of the 10 universities awarded in the first edition of the IDUB program competition, and I equally cordially welcome the universities eligible to participate in the second edition of the IDUB program competition. It is the second of our 2 days, which sadly also means that it is the final day for us, both here at the Education and Congress Center and for you connecting to us remotely. Let me welcome you to the last panel discussion and to 2 pairs of 2 workshops. They will be preceded by addresses from the Ministry of Science and Higher Education and the Main Council of Science and Higher Education. I was so happy yesterday, like I believe most of you, ladies and gentlemen, to notice an extremely high level of involvement, which was also emphasized by some of the moderators. All 3 panels elicited plenty questions from the floor, for which reason none of them ended on time, by the way. Moreover, during all the breaks, and I was a witness to it, you participants took part in discussions of academics and not in academic discussions. I only realized today that quite possibly yesterday we saw the largest concentration of rectors per square foot anywhere in this universe. The plan is that today you continue with the same commitment. Well, that's of course absolutely up to you. And I go on disturbing you by announcing all the breaks for second breakfast, 11th, luncheon, afternoon tea, and so forth and so fifth. Apologies. As it is past 10 a.m., it is high time for the address from the Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of Poland, represented here by Professor Maciej Gdula, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. But prior to that, let me please ask for invitation to the Minister, His Magnificence Rector of the Silesian University of Technology.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I think that yesterday we experienced a very motivating and inspiring discussion for the whole day. There were a number of sessions, and I believe that the same climate will be continued for today. Today it is my great pleasure to welcome the Minister, Professor Maciej Gdula. Professor Gdula, thank you very much for coming. It's very important that you are with us, and together with the international experts, and with the rectors, vice rectors, the administrative staff, coordinators of the IDUB program at our universities. Those who are the laureates of the first competition and those who are bidding to join the team of universities implementing the IDUB program. It is a very, very important program. We believe that it has never been a program of that kind in Poland. And obviously we may expect very fruitful results, but we need to understand how difficult it is. And we need to know that the program of this kind should be a stable commitment of the ministry and of the government to allow our universities to design and develop and implement some strategic solutions. The strategic solutions cannot be done within 1 or 2 or 3 years. Even 6 years is not enough to reach the results and to follow the best universities in the world. Thanks to the guidance of the international panel of experts who are very much committed, who understand the Polish system very well, who understand the priorities of our universities and also the limitations, and who help us avoiding any gaps to go to some blind spaces. And what is very important, what you observe and what we appreciate and admire, that the international experts, although coming from different institutions, from different countries, they have very similar conclusions. So it means that the conclusions are very important to us because they show us what the best practices can be implemented at our universities. So I believe that the discussion of Minister Gdula today with the panel of experts, with the rectors hearing to the opinion, to the discussion on the stage and in the lobby, and I believe participating also in the workshop if possible, will benefit a lot to all our institutions. So I'd like to welcome warmly, Minister, thank you very much for coming, and we are all very much open to hearing your opinions, to hear your declarations perhaps, and also forwarding our opinion on what we can do what problems we face and what the opportunities we believe are in the system, still following the best universities in the world. Thank you very much for coming, and the floor is yours.
Your Magnificence, Rector, thank you for inviting us, the conference, the rectors, experts, myself. I'm really glad to be here, but I'm also curious what you will say to us. I'm really curious of the discussion and the recommendations. IDUB is really very important program. It is not only about prizing the best universities. Of course it is about that. It is about showing which ones are struggling the most, which are the most successful in the matter of scientific academic performance. But also it is about reflecting on how to build competence, how to build excellence, how to build quality, and how to avoid mistakes, what to say, in this process of building quality of academic work and performance. So that's why this conference is so much important, and we really count on the work of experts, and we really appreciate that you came to Poland, and during this conference, all the participants of IDUB are working together on strengthening the program, understanding how to improve it. As this program is about competition, this is some kind of tension within this program. This is about competition, but without working together, without discussions, without cooperation, in fact, this program will not be improved, and will stay only on the level of sending more money to the universities, which I think is important. But it is not enough. We have to use this program in another way. I know that yesterday you have already worked on the question of leadership in academia. This is one of the most important topics, of course, and I really appreciate that you are thinking about this leadership and how to organize institutions, people. It is especially hard nowadays, as our strength as academics, as scientists, is undermined by other forces and other actors in public sphere, in society. I think this is really like having strong leaders, either on the level of the universities or lower at the level of other levels of university organization, and the leaders of the teams, the leaders of public opinion as well, is really crucial. I mean, I prefer scientists, academics who are important than celebrities. So this is really important task. I would like you to ask you to reflect inside the program also about the crucial aims, strategic aims of academic system and academic world. We are now starting the process of preparing the document of strategic aims of scientific system in Poland. We have to decide in which areas we need more financing, which areas we should focus on. And there are, of course, some obvious things. We have to address the development of artificial intelligence. We have to focus on nanotechnology. We have to focus on chemistry. But there are also some kind of areas that we should deeply think of, also in social science and humanities. There is a question of investigating Slavic cultures, as we have the certain competition between Russia and others. Yeah? Russia wants to define what is the Slavic world, and we should think in a different terms, in more democratic terms about Slavic culture. So I think that we should invest in investigation and research in this respect. We should focus on psychological comfort and psychological condition of our societies. This is important, as we see that we have some kind of crisis here, so there are some areas that we should address in a strategic way. I wish that we will talk about it in the next months, but also I ask you for help here. If you can add something to that discussion, it would be great. And if you have some kind of reflections after participating in IDUB, it would be great. I have to say once more that I'm very curious what you are saying, so I won't talk much longer. I wish you great second day of the conference. I know that there were representatives of the ministry here yesterday, and they are here today as well, and they will digest all the information they got, and we will use it in our work in the ministry. So I think we should begin the discussion. Thank you once more for coming. Thank you, hosts, for having us here, and I wish you great second day of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much for all those insights, and especially thank you very much for that curiosity which you have expressed just a moment ago. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you have seen how far ramifications of those broader contexts of what we do at the universities run. We've even mentioned a hostile takeover of our Slavic past a moment ago. Thank you very much once again, and let us now hear from the scientific community in Poland. I have the pleasure to invite Professor Marcin Pałys, Chairman of the Main Council of Science and Higher Education. Sir?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to share some insights and some opinions about the IDUB process. Let me first make some kind of a disclaimer. It is not a thorough analysis of the process. It's not something that is based on the clear evidence. It's rather collection of opinions, of insights, of results of discussions and voices in the scientific community, academic community in Poland. It's rather unfortunate that detailed data on the outcomes of IDUB program are not publicly available. I understand some concerns about the competition and all this type of reservations, but it would be very helpful for the entire community to know more about the concrete outcomes of the process. We have had a very interesting and very lively discussion yesterday, so it might be that some topics will be repeated here today. I will try to avoid this, but inevitably some of the topics and subjects are vital to the IDUB progress assessment and progress analysis. So please excuse me if some things will be said again. I would like to bring to your attention something that Lauritz Holm-Nielsen said yesterday. It is not the excellence and the excellence initiative in Poland. It's not a thing on its own. It's a part of the general European discussion about the competitivity of Europe, about the scientific position of Europe, and Poland plays in this context also a role. So it is a common goal to have the scientific excellence in Poland developing, and it is something that it's important not only for members of our academic communities. We can see it quite recently for example, in the Draghi report, where the excellence is something that is put high on the agenda, with the conclusion and some kind of analysis leading to the conclusion that without the excellence in Europe and in every country in Europe, there will be a steady brain drain to other places, and this will be very bad for our future. So supporting excellence in science, excellence in research is something very important to all of us. But the development toward the excellent institutions will not happen spontaneously. It has to be supported, catalyzed, guided, and definitely it has to be monitored. Okay. So what are the important considerations? Flexibility in IDUB program is something of utmost importance. Universities are different. They are different size. What matters in the discussing practical aspects of excellence. They have different profile. We have had yesterday panels in which there were representatives of the comprehensive universities, of technical universities, of medical universities, and we haven't got more of the different university profiles. They are in the different environments, and the contact with the region, with the local environment is something very important for the meaning of the university, for its funding, for its support, for its perspective. They have also different starting points. Some of the institutions started a few hundred years ago. Some others started just a few tens years ago. And this is a completely different starting point and different situation. There are also different challenges. Research level so far before the starting of the project, international presence, the profile of the personnel, the facilities available in the university, and also the organizational culture. And moreover, we are not striving all to one predefined model of the excellence. Rather, we would like to see the different forms of excellence, and it means that there is no single path that could be devised and provided for all the interested institutions. So every institution has to find its own way and define its own goals. And it is, I think, something we should express our appreciation for is that the first edition of IDUB and the monitoring of the progress are based on expert analysis, not a standardized set of indicators. And as it has been said yesterday, it is a system that is based on reflection, not on assessment. And it means that there is a good chance that we will think about the meaning of the process and not just the indicators that could make us happy or unhappy, but they do not fulfill their role. Of course, indicators are important, but I see it rather as elements to stimulate our reflection on the message, what actually these indicators convey, what is the message they convey to us. If we are among the excellent institutions, we expect that the indications will be good. But just having good indicators not always means that we are excellent institutions. Let's go further. What is the systemic role of IDUB in... Okay, there are more of this. Okay. Systemic role of IDUB inside the universities. First, which is quite important, is that it is the budget earmarked for the quality of research. Before 2019, I don't know whether all people in the room remember this, research was a discretionary business of faculties. Faculties received money for the research, not the universities. So, when I was in the beginning, when I was the rector of the University of Warsaw, I could actually not stimulate research in this area or another area because I haven't got funding for this. The funding went to the separate units in the university. It means that it was difficult to fund cross-cutting and horizontal activities. Things were silos, and many of those silos seem that they are in the competition with others. So there was internal competition for funding in the university and little tools to do something with this. It has changed with the law on higher education adopted in 2019, and this is a huge change in the way how the universities can develop further, and this is also a huge change to the, well, maybe a start of the huge change to the university culture, organizational culture. And it is also the way how universities can narrow the gap with top-notch institutions all over the world and in Europe, because there are instruments that are separate instruments from all other ways of funding the university organization and working, which are concentrated on bringing the new element to the university culture. Of course, with this disclaimer that it will be different in different institutions, of course. Well, it is recently, in the situation of rising inflation and rising costs in Poland, it is also a partial remedy for availability of the limited funds from the National Grant Agency, the NCN. It is important to say that recently, in the recent years, the level of funding of the grant agency was so low that the success rate went down to, in some programs, to below 10%. It means that even having a good list of very interesting and high-level proposals, the outcome was that most of those proposals could not be funded, which is frustrating, and it's frustrating for thinking about the excellence. So the IDUB funding was something that was really very helpful in helping the talented people in this difficult time. There is also one thing that should be mentioned here. We see the increase of the subsidy for universities in the recent years, but most of these rises are earmarked for the rise of the wages. If the all extra money go to the rising of the wages, if the costs for energy, for housing, for infrastructure go up, and the expenses on teaching cannot be reduced or altered because they are fixed, what is actually the result is that you have a pressure on research money, because this is the thing that could be squeezed, but it's not good for excellence, of course. So last thing that I would like to mention, but it is maybe one of the most important, is that IDUB brings money for the extra money for the institutional transformations. Otherwise, there is very difficult to find this in the difficult financially difficult times. It's hard to find money to fund the change, and without having this money, it is perceived by the university community as wasting of money that are needed for research and for teaching on some kind of changes which could be postponed and are not that important. Okay, so what are the positive aspects that are very often quoted in the discussions? First is that IDUB brought the very efficient funding for international contacts and cooperation. It is very often quoted by especially young researchers that it's much easier to go to the conference, to present their results, to have a contacts, to have a short exchange visits than it was in the past. And it is particularly important for early stage researchers. There is also one of the things that has to do with the grant system, that it is the IDUB projects inside every university gives the low barrier seed research funds for things which are at the early stage of development, which are not yet proved, which are not mature enough for being subject for the grant application, and they are also much more flexible in the way what type of costs could be covered with this. With grant agencies, you have usually kind of a quite elaborate list of things that could be funded and that could not be funded, and with the IDUB money it is usually much more flexible. It has been mentioned yesterday, the training of the academic community in project-based research as contrast to kind of a general research funded in the continuous way, not in the project form. But very importantly, it's also support for cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary research. It is also as on the previous slide there was mentioned this transformation, it is also the encouragement for the critical analysis of internal organization of the university. If we are trying to do something that was not usual in the past, we are see what are the organizational limits and organizational barriers that could be removed in order to have more excellent results. So it is basically the setting up the question or putting up the question, is this organization of the university fit for purpose if we think about the excellent research? And there are different answers. Some universities start new centers, some other put in place the new core facilities. Generally, there is a huge amount of capacity building activities that otherwise couldn't be funded. Additionally, in this conference yesterday, there were important and interesting opinions about the impact of the excellence on teaching. Actually, do we teach the excellence? So it's not only about carrying out the excellent research, but it's also about bringing the spirit of excellence to younger generation. And there was an important topic of the discussion yesterday about how to attract talented and ambitious researchers. And IDUB money are extremely useful for this. There has been success stories shown yesterday. The question could be actually asked whether it is already more systemic effect or there are just individual cases that were successful. Well, among other results, positive results that are quoted quite often. It is that particularly profound effects were found in the humanities and social sciences. It seems that in sciences, many of the aspects of project-based working, of grant culture, of excellence, of international context were already pretty well developed. The IDUB has had reportedly very important effect on social science and humanities. And another one, absolutely important. It really helped those universities that were going to be involved in setting up or joining the European University Alliances. These European University Alliances things that were important was that IDUB brought the recognition and credibility in the initial phase. It was a support for transformation and gave the competitive advantage in selected excellence areas. It was a possibility to co-found the alliance beyond the contribution from the European Commission, and capability to influence or sometimes even set the agenda of the alliance, because there were tools how to implement it. Well, that was all qualitative things. We have had yesterday also questions, is it possible to show some quantitative data? And I would like to show you one example which exactly shows that there could be some indicators, but they are not really very informative without digging deeper. This is the number and the average budget of ERC grants awarded to IDUB institutions. So if you just remove this extra spike from 2021, you can see that the number of ERC grants is awarded is growing. You can also see that there is slight but still increase in the average grant budget. So the trend is interesting. Of course, the amount is not satisfying, and this is something that we would like to change in the future. Okay, let's go further to challenges. The challenge is the traditional university structure. It is a loose linked set of faculties, institutes, some research centers, which are usually discipline-oriented. So it's a serious challenge to implement the projects which are cross-university, which are problem and not discipline-oriented. And this is something that brings up the question, is our organization, our structure fit for purpose? The second one is that there are new complex tasks for university administration and for the professional services. It is both the problem of attracting talents to research and to administration. And it is, of course, this could be slightly different in comprehensive or in the profiled universities. You know all about this, but nevertheless, this attracting the talents is something that is on the practical, in the practical scale, it is very difficult. And taking the opportunity to speak to the representatives of the ministry, I would say that it is also difficult to reconcile the goals of the excellence program with the legislation for evaluation of institutions and evaluation for individuals. So this is the problem that institutional evaluation incentivizes abundant mainstream output. Excellence doesn't pay off enough in this type of trade-off. So another problem is that we have a tendency of applying the rules for institutional evaluation directly to individuals. It's wrong. It shouldn't be done, but it happens. So final thing is the ability of the leadership to scale up the effects. I would put it bluntly in the way that ambitious people work only in ambitious institutions. If the institutions are not ambitious enough, ambitious people leave to find others which are more ambitious. And this is the task of the leaders, to show up that we are going to be ambitious, more ambitious institution. And it is the task of the leaders to convince both people inside and outside that this is important goal of the university. Okay, slowly running out of time, I would come also to the end of this presentation. The problem often reported, or challenge often reported, is the convincing academics to be active stakeholders. Some part of the problems stem from the fact that we have this spread structure with separate faculties that see very often faculty as a world of its own, apart from the university, and what is happening in the other parts of the university is not considered that important. Of course, it's again something that happens in one university to more extent, and in some other universities is not that important. And the problem is that this diversified structure inside is a challenge for the internal communication, for convincing people to get involved and be active, because they not always see the whole picture. The second thing is about the hesitancy. Is it something that will change profoundly the institution permanently, or is it something that will stop after 2 or 3 or 7 years and we will go back to our old well-known structure, and if it's the second case, then it's probably not worth getting involved. And finally, it's the question of transparency of changes and building up the trust that the changes and the modification of the structure and the whole story about the excellence is something that is transparent, that is honest, and it's not a kind of a manipulation of the university structure and regulations in order to get some, I would say, small results. And conclusion from this is that it is usually about, most of the things I have said is about the culture change. And from the managerial point of view is the question how to implement the culture change. This is not easy. It takes time, but it's important because this excellence culture we aim at, it would be something that would remain after the end of the program. When the program incentives and mechanisms are stopped, the culture would allow to keep the excellence in place and continue it in the future, even in the under unfavorable conditions. Very quickly, the challenges that are not often quoted is the long-term sustainability of the activities that were initiated with the IDUB money, with the extra support, and are they sustainable even in the future when the situation changes, there will be some changes to the program, some other things will happen, etc., etc. The second is that we've been talking about many activities to build the capacity, but capacity building itself is not enough. This is the first phase. It's indispensable, but there must be other steps further on to use up these opportunities that come from the capacity building. The next thing is that there are transformative effects on strategic management and internal organization of the university, how sustainable they are, how advanced they are, how well they can come to the results. And finally, yes, it's just one more slide. And finally, it is the compatibility of goals of IDUB and of the general legislation. I would mention here the compatibility about the institutional evaluation, I already did so, but also evaluation of the legislation for federalization. Nowadays, it seems that going toward federation would actually remove the results from the and profits from the IDUB program. It is something that should be taken care of. They should, those incentives should not go in opposite direction. And quite likely I have heard about the idea of limiting the lifetime of federation to 3 years. And after 3 years it either changes to the full merger of the university or it's dissolved. I don't think it is the best idea that should be implemented. So the important thing is that the lack of policy coordination can compromise the success of the IDUB program. So coming to the conclusions, very quickly, keep this program going and keep it based on the international expert and international expertise. Admit few more institutions to the second round. Nowadays, there are 10 institutions and there are another 12 that get eligible for this. If they are going to compete for just 2 places, the success rate is small. It's very possible that there will be no very advanced and well thought out programs submitted. Be patient. Discontinue this support only for institutions that really perform badly, and use during the assessment, during the reflection, keep the focus on excellence, not on KPIs and not on the separate indicators. And finally, don't forget that there are also other institutions in Poland. They are not only those who have the excellence as their main mission. They have a local role, they have technology role, they have role for the economy, for all other things. They should be cared for, but with different policy instruments. Thank you very much. We need to think about how to manage this process and monitor it in the clear and verifiable way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't know about you, but I had that picture of a well-oiled research machine, an IDUB machine, while you were talking, and of course, taking this comparison further, the fuel obviously being money. I loved very much also how you focused on that being fit for purpose. And if we are to look for fit for the purpose of evaluating what is happening in Poland as part of IDUB, who is more fit for that purpose than our international experts? Time, ladies and gentlemen, for the international experts panel, which Okay, we have an extraordinary intervention. Yes, please, sir.
I realized that I haven't said one important thing. I would like to declare my strong belief that IDUB should be continued.
Please record it.
2026. Yeah. So thank you for giving me time for saying this, for this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now, without further ado, the International Experts Panel, very dearly awaited yesterday and today. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard that this is the most awaited panel, although it's the shortest and some of its time already been consumed, so I'll be very quickly introducing, sorry interpreters, its distinguished panelists, Professor Lauritz Holm-Nielsen, Professor Mariam Camarero, Dr. Marina Cionsel, Professor Simon Gaskell, Professor Peter Maassen, and Professor Henrik Wagner. I hope that you have also somebody to keep time regime. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
We have very little time to lose, but and you would like us to come with our assessment and concrete recommendations, and I don't think we can satisfy that expectation. But we are forming our opinion, and we will send, like we have done the previous years, our reflections in form of a letter to the minister, and this will be done within the next few weeks. We normally do not like to say we have evaluated the program. We like to think that we have listened and learned, and what we are providing to the further considerations in the ministry and among the universities is our reflections on what you have been doing. And this year is a particularly important year because we are 2 years from final evaluation, which will take place sometime during 26, and we are 2 years ahead of the next round of competition, the second edition, you may call it, of IDUB. So some of our thinking is about the future, not so much about the accomplishments. We heard a lot about accomplishments yesterday, and we did a midterm evaluation last year. Personally, I didn't hear anything yesterday that was different from what I experienced, that we experienced during the midterm evaluation. So somehow IDUB 1 is being implemented as planned, I would say. But looking ahead, one of the issues I think we would like to discuss, and we do not have adjusted our internal views, so we have different views, and we come from different institutions, different backgrounds, as it was mentioned, and for some strange reason, it's not difficult to come to consensus. And it hasn't been difficult in the past with other international experts either. So there's kind of common knowledge or understanding that leads us to some rather constant, sustained recommendations, I would say. But one of the things I took from the minister's words was that it's important to revisit what you called during the first edition of the competition the priority research areas. What was the priorities for the country 6 years ago may not be exactly the same areas today. Maybe the balance between areas has shifted. Of course, the world has changed a lot. We have had pandemic, we have wars, we have uncertainties across the Atlantic, and we probably, as I think I said yesterday, we need to stand much more closely together in Europe and redouble our efforts. And certainly, if we want to have our societies to develop further into knowledge societies, we need to consider how to make the societies to accept a new thinking. And we cannot do that without social sciences. We need sociologists as you, and we need humanities to understand our cultural background and what is possible and so forth. So when we look at technology transfer, valorization in societies, it has to be with the whole spectrum of academic activities. But maybe we could have a short round on priority research areas. What's the point of view of you? Some of you may not even remember what was the priority research areas before. So maybe we could just think aloud, brainstorm. What would be a few? If I recall, you had a little more than a handful. PRAs, it was called. I hate acronyms because there are so many. So an anecdote: when I was first came to Washington to the World Bank, the first book I got was the book of the 50,000 most important acronyms. And I think I had a day to remember it, and I never got to that point. So please, not too many acronyms, but PRAs. What could be ideas, input to the consideration that is going on in the ministry, I suppose, and among the academic community for priority research areas for Poland? What would be high at this agenda? Henrik?
Just a reflection from my own side. I'm a learner in this establishment. I'm new on the block, so to say, and I don't know Polish university sector very well, but I do know that universities always live in ecosystems. And the ecosystem means that there is something outside the university, and there should be interaction between the outside and the inside. And that when you prioritize research, at least one reflection is, what ecosystem should this research benefit? In Denmark, you could not prioritize research without always considering life science, because for the last 100 years, life science has been key to the Danish society, the evolution, you could say, of an agricultural society into a bio-based life science society, where Novo Nordisk now is the most valuable company in all of Europe, and basically based on 2 discoveries from our university. So it's taken 100 years, but it's always one of the priorities. So having priorities that support either existing ecosystem that you want to continually renew, or you can also be radical. Another priority that I can think of is quantum research. Now quantum is a big priority in my country. There is not a single factory. There is a few startups. So that's priorities that lead to the future, where universities are, you could say, you plant the seeds of the innovation of the future, you prioritize that. But there has to be priorities. If there are no priorities, things are most likely spread out too evenly. So also, just to finish off, the balance between priority research and basic bottoms-up, where scientists actually just bring in their best ideas and have a chance to win in competition with other scientists, finding the right balance in a society when you use research funding, which can be competed for by universities and other research institutions. Prioritize strategy, but also bottoms up, like the European systems, and finding the right balance is key, I would always say.
Just to build on that, I think, and without wishing to specify what the priority research areas should be, I think they should be based on global challenges. And this brings in a number of related points, because global challenges generally involve the coming together, the congregation, if you like, of multiple disciplines, including the humanities and the social sciences. And I think it would be good to see, through the IDUB program, a greater integration across the disciplines than we've seen so far. But I think the key point for me here is that there should be, in my view, an increased focus on impact of research. Now, I would argue, some may not agree, but I would argue that research excellence is not an end in itself. Research excellence is a way to achieve greater impact. And that, I think, relates to a number of related issues, because as the Polish universities quite rightly evaluate their performance in research by international comparisons, you have the problem of a moving target. So other systems are not standing still. So if you were to maintain your comparative ranking against other European nations, that would probably correspond to progress. And so I think although international comparisons are important, they're not the be-all and end-all. And what is important is, what do the improvements nationally in research performance mean in terms of impact? And this, incidentally, I think is a way to help politicians, because politicians won't be necessarily attracted by improvements in comparison with international countries. There's a little bit of boasting, some bragging rights associated with improvement in international comparisons. But what really counts is what that improvement in research performance means in terms of impact, economic impacts and social impacts. And those are the arguments, in my experience, which are effective with politicians. Not a rather, for them, nebulous improvement in research performance, but that achievement in research in this particular area allows us to address a particular challenge which improves, in particular, the economic situation of the country. So I think although the focus on research excellence is entirely appropriate, we once again shouldn't think of that as an end in itself. It is a way of increasing impact, which is the way of persuading politicians, in my experience, that research excellence is indeed important because of the impact it has both financially and socially.
Peter. Thank you. Yes, building on the reflections of my colleagues, and especially the concept of ecosystem. Universities are embedded in various ecosystems, and the changes that Lauritz was referring to, global conflicts, geopolitical conflicts, they mean that the global science system, which until 10, 15 years was developing in a very integrated way, there are challenges. So if we think of what is the way forward for the Polish science system, I was very pleased to hear the minister refer to work going on the Polish agenda, the strategic science agenda for the science system in Poland. It is important to reflect upon what these developments in these various ecosystems mean. And for universities, the global ecosystem, the European, the Polish, and for many universities in Poland, of course, the local, regional ecosystems, they pose different opportunities, challenges, and expectations. So at the global level, there is a continuous obligation of universities to contribute to research on climate change, as an example. The global geopolitical conflicts do not diminish that opportunity, but also that obligation. But the European agenda has become more important, and it's relevant in developing an agenda and a vision on the Polish science system to look at the areas where the European science system wants to invest. And just one example, photonics. Photonics is an area where Europe is definitely showing strategic ambitions to be at the forefront of global development. So also for the Polish science system, this is an area where it makes sense to analyze and to discuss what will be our contribution to it. Is it an area that fits into the development of the Polish science system? And the same for the institutions with ambitions to contribute to the development of that agenda. And you can look at renewable energy as another area where there are clear European ambitions. And then, of course, as the minister also was referring to, there are specific Polish interests, Polish agendas. The Slavic culture agenda that you mentioned is a very important one, where the European ecosystem as such is of less relevance, and the Polish agenda is much more important. So relating these agendas and also identifying where do we have to strengthen our European commitment and collaboration, and what kind of tools and incentives and legal regulations are needed. How can we contribute to addressing and contributing to the global ecosystem, the science ecosystem, with all the challenges, for example, in collaboration with China, and what are specific Polish areas of expertise? And in the latter, as a final reflection, I also want to refer to the important work that's going on in social sciences and humanities to contribute to strengthening democratic institutions. So what role can Poland play?
Thank you, Peter. I think I want to twist the discussion a little bit, because we have raised the issue of the priority research areas. And as you heard, we have no fixed recommendation. I think the recommendation is take a close look, because the world has changed. There are other challenges, and you may want to make a new set of priorities, or at least revise it. The other issue that is a little bit related to it is that it was mentioned by Professor Pałys that there's some need for reconciliation of the excellence idea with the monitoring and national monitoring and evaluation system. And this is something we have observed as well. And so there are forces that draw in different directions. For example, the monitoring and national system for monitoring and evaluation is pushing towards disciplines, establishing of disciplines even in institutions where the new disciplines are not perceived necessary, but in order to have good standing in the competition, for example, for IDUB next time, they need to make new disciplines, even though across the street there would be a place where students could study those disciplines if they were needed. So there is something in the national monitoring and evaluation system that was probably good when it was established, but this system also needs to be revisited and maybe simplified, so that those elements of the system that forces institutions away from what you probably want them to do should probably be abolished. But anyway, there is an issue related to such national monitoring and evaluation system, and maybe some of the experts will say something about what is being done in their own country, because it's something established by the government in concerted action, I suppose, with the community. Such a monitoring system, everybody accepts it somehow. Even it's probably cumbersome, it's probably bureaucratic, too many indicators, too many reports, and not too much impact at the end. So, can it be changed? Could it be done in a different way? Simon?
Sorry, I don't want to monopolize you. I think there are two aspects to this, and we heard from Professor Pałys. I think your expression was there's a problem of compatibility of IDUB goals and general legislation. And we had a brief discussion earlier on this morning about this. So there is an issue at national level, no question. I think there's also an issue at institutional level. And I think a lot of institutions can do more to address some of these issues. So, for example, we think, I certainly think, that traditional disciplinary structures are of limited value, not without value, but of limited value. I often, and I intentionally exaggerate here, that within a university context, all organizational structures get in the way. The best ones are the ones that get in the way least. Now, I am intentionally exaggerating, but it's not a bad starting point. So my concern with some of the efforts that we've seen to ensure that cross-disciplinary research is supported and encouraged within universities has involved grafting an extra layer of organizational complexity. So in addition to the traditional organization of universities into disciplines, we now have well-intentioned structures to bridge disciplines. That's well-intentioned, but is it simply increasing the complexity of organization? So I think what we need to do is have a really more imaginative approach to this. My own experience in this area, particularly years ago when we were merging the two universities in Manchester, was that one has to work with and combat, in many cases, the innate conservatism of academics. Academics like to have a single home, and they associate that with their discipline of chemistry or history or whatever. And it takes quite a significant cultural change, that term again, to encourage academics to think more broadly in terms of how their expertise contributes towards these major goals, while still, of course, maintaining their contributions to education. And what I think this leads in turn to is a focus on academic leadership and institutional leadership. And I think this takes us into another area where I certainly would like to see greater focus in IDUB, and that is the nurturing of the future academic leadership. And I think that requires, again, in my experience, very explicit programs to identify academics who have the vision and the capability to be not perhaps the next generation of rector, but the generation after that, or even heads of department. So I would really encourage this broader thinking in organizational terms, but also recognize that will require the nurturing of the next generations of leader.
So I think you probably would like to hear about the end evaluation of the first, and then probably have some views on the next competition, and we are getting to it. But IDUB is not a program that is operating in the void. It is a program that is supposed to support the national priorities. This is why the priority areas are so important. And IDUB also should not introduce the new layer of bureaucracy and measures, but add or use the national system for monitoring and evaluation. This was what was being done in the first round, and this is probably also what will be part of the next edition. But one thing that I think we also have we have discussed is how many indicators would be relevant to measure the participants in the next competition against, and what kind of indicators. I think that Simon said we are looking at impact, and I think this is also what the government would look at. So would it be possible to find a small number of good indicators that would show how it's for the final evaluation, how X university had progressed from its outset to where it is today. So this is part of the discussion. We are few indicators, and we don't think it's easy to compare the 10 IDUB universities one to the other, and it's also not really possible to compare to the next. So how should it be done? And we are discussing this. Few indicators, and how do you compare the pears and apples and oranges and bananas? Indicator types, I think once you would have to link them to the missions of the university. So there should be some indicators that are linked to the, of course, the research, output and impact on society, education, and things like that. But do you have any ideas? Mariam?
Thank you. I was thinking that it was very, very helpful for us also, the presentation of Professor Pałys, because I think that the issue here is institutional transformation and how to measure that. And I think some barriers may be existing, and there is the qualitative issue here, not just indicators, but whether the institutions have been able to adapt themselves to the new conditions, and whether they're able to collaborate, to be smart in the way they establish the international strategies, not only how many agreements, but how they are able to use the capacities that already exist in other countries, alliances to use large scientific equipments, and to be smart also in the investments they need internally. So I think sustainability should be a clue issue, whether the initiatives that the different institutions have been proposing are going to be sustainable in time. For example, if they are able to attract new researchers, from abroad, or Polish researchers that were abroad and are again in Poland because of the incentives. Are these incentives to be maintained a long time? Is this going to be fruitful for the system itself? So it's not just the indicators, but also the capacity to change the way the institution is organized, to remove internal barriers, and also maybe the ministry can also help with the strategy to remove bureaucracy, to help the institutions to adapt and to communicate with information points to improve the capacity of participating in different the calls, the European calls, etc. So I think in addition to the indicators, you need this qualitative evaluation.
Mariana?
One short comment. I see that it happens in many countries. I think at the national level, it's a need to align the evaluation for individuals, for project, and for institution. And obviously, align also the legislation. Currently in Europe, is this process of reform of the research evaluation, shifting from quantity to quality. Many systems have not adjusted to this new approach. And the main thing is don't put different criteria for this typology, individuals, projects, and distinct projects, because I'm sure you have different programs with distinct evaluation processes and criteria. Somehow they have to be aligned, because otherwise it will be extremely difficult for the researchers and for the institution.
Thank you, Mariana. And you can hear we are not coming with concrete recommendations like that, use this indicator or this, but we will discuss also some of these issues in our reflections that we are sending to the minister. And this is, we hope that this would lead to further consideration in the ministry, in the government, and with the community. So, and you have time to do it, because it's not this year or next year that the final evaluation is. It's the right time now to consider how this should be conducted. So I know we have now 20 minutes left, so we maybe, Henrik, one more comment, but so I have two more issues we are going to discuss. So, Henrik?
Just very briefly then, on indicators, and again, as a newcomer, whether organizational reforms have taken place. Marcin mentioned administration, and Marcin also knows Bernhard Eidel from Heidelberg, who would say administrative reforms are the hardest reforms to do in a university. And they are. But I can see from a lot of the reports that administration is as complex as the research environment it's supporting. And in my view, complexity of what you do requires simple administration, not complex administration. So if you can make lean administration to manage complex processes, that's the ideal, and that's the ideal any university should strive for. My university over the last 2 years have saved 40 million euros per year on its administration. It's 17% that we can take from administrative costs and move over to education and research. So someone will always tell me, you always come with your hat in hand and want more money from government. But I can say, yes, I do that. But I also look at organizational efficiency and make sure that taxpayers' money goes to education, research, innovation, entrepreneurship, cooperation with society, and only to the extent strictly necessary to run the administration that supports it. And I can see signs, I cannot read the details, but I can see signs in some of the reporting from some of the universities that the administration also here, like in most other places, grow over time, becomes increasingly complex, and eventually, gets in the way. So seeing reform, signs of reforms undertaken that are ambitious in this arena, I think would be a wonderful indicator of this creating sustained changes that can support future positive developments in excellence.
Before we move to the next item, I just wanted to comment one of Marcin Pałys's comments of the sustainability of the changes, and you also mentioned culture. I think there's one thing about culture: it's difficult to change, but it's also difficult to change the changes. So if if universities are really changing the culture such as has been reported, the good news is that it will not be changed back. This culture will stay, and you can build on the new culture that is being introduced. So I think in that sense it would be, the changed culture will stay even without IDUB. And we saw many signs of that yesterday. And we have heard it again and again from the young and younger researchers that the view on everything from the purpose of the university, the pride, how to work in the community or ecosystem of researchers, all this is changing, and to become much more comparable with what it is in any of our countries. So this is good news. But we have also a consideration about how to evaluate the quality of this apple to this banana. I mean, you can have yellow apples and yellow bananas, and yellow is not a good indicator, I think. What was part of the first evaluation that we attempted to measure the potential of each university against its own starting point. So we did not compare the traditional indicators, because if we had done that, we would have come out with a ranking list such as the one from Perspectivi or something like that. And we did not want that. We wanted to say, okay, X university is here, Y is there, X wants to go there, and is it possible? What is the chance of the university to realize its own goals? And of course, then at the end of the day, it has to be discussed and weighted. And I can tell you that we were 15 people evaluating the first proposal from the 20 universities, and it was a real consensus at the end of the day. What should be the list? There was no one. We didn't vote at all. We discussed back and forth each university, and then at the end, we came up with this list that is now being implemented. So I think that the final evaluation also should be about how did each of the universities do vis-à-vis their own ambitions and the new resources they received. Of course, we know the COVID, we know the war, we know all these things, and so that there have been changes, so of course we cannot expect that everyone got to exactly where they wanted to get to. But we think that the final evaluation should be about how did each of the universities do vis-à-vis their own goals. So individual evaluation to some extent, and then the panel, whoever the panel would be, will have to weigh this against each other and come up with a final conclusion. So, but of course this is one discussion we have, how to do this, how to measure impact, and we know the bigger they are, smaller the young and the new, and so could you add some more to this final evaluation of the first round? And then the other issue I think we should discuss is the new competition and what to do about that. But let's first take this. Simon.
Well, first of all, I strongly support your reflection that the progress made by the universities should be against their own reasonable targets. And indeed, one of the points of initial evaluation was the realism of those targets and the level of ambition. And so it would be perverse, I think, not to now assess the progress during IDUB 1 of universities against their own targets. This, of course, may relate to your previous point, Lauritz, in that indicators are a pretty blunt instrument. And if we have, and I don't want to stretch your analogy to breaking point, but if we have apples and pears and bananas and oranges and so on, then clearly you need to have some nuance associated with indicators. And I think there is scope for individual institutions to say, in their final report, at the beginning of this program, this was how we said we were going to evaluate our progress, and this is how we've done, an honest assessment of that progress. There is, I think, an important point here that if you were to adopt exactly uniform indicators across this somewhat heterogeneous group of even the IDUB 10, then the risk, of course, is that the currently highest achievers will move into complacency. Say, well, by national comparison, we're already in the top 3 or 4 universities, so we don't have to make as much progress. Because the fact is that the scope for progress of all Polish universities is very considerable in international terms. And so there should be, in my view, an equal level of ambition amongst all the top 10 universities, even though their starting points and indeed their finishing points over the course of an IDUB program are going to be different. We should be judging the trajectory. And indeed, in terms of criteria for the second IDUB program, we should once again be saying to universities, outline the level of your ambition. Outline how you want to measure your own progress. And this is not, of course, just for the purposes of the IDUB program, but it's a way to change culture, to make sure that internally within our universities, the level of ambition is appropriate. Make it realistic, but also ambitious.
I just wanted, I know Peter will come in now, but I just wanted to remind you that it was clear for us last year that one of the very positive features of IDUB is that money will not go away if they are not spent in the first year or the second year. And so because of the delay of many processes during the COVID period, for example, there was some accumulation of funding in some of the universities. And so I think it's worthwhile to make these resources effective now. Somebody said that there was a sprint built into this marathon, so it's time for sprinting. And now there's no excuses for not getting some of your ideas implemented if you have funding for them. It's just something I wanted to say here, because your potential rating after the final evaluation will, of course, also depend on how well you performed within your opportunities. So, yeah, I guess all my good friends from the IDUB units, I guess you have to be busy for the coming period.
Yes, thank you. I fully support the reflections of Lauritz and Simon when it comes to the quantitative indicators and the need to be very careful in what we're doing when we are comparing different types of institutions. The various kinds of fruit have been mentioned. They're all fruit, but it doesn't mean that comparison on the basis of quantitative indicators is the way to go in the way that it has been done before. But in addition to that, as we noticed yesterday in some of the panels, there are still differences of interpretation or lack of a common understanding, in another way to formulate it, on key components of the change process: work culture, strategic management. And these are key areas also for the final evaluation, where we have to get an understanding, or where the evaluation process got to get an understanding of the progress made in these areas. So how can we, or how can the evaluation process, on the one hand, produce insights into the development around strategic leadership, strategic management, work culture, and other key components, while it will probably not be possible to make site visits as part of the evaluation. So what kind of information should the universities produce to allow insight into strategic management, work culture, other key components, without, as we've seen yesterday, using different types of interpretations or definitions? So I think this is an area that it seriously need to look at seriously how the data can be produced and how a common understanding of these key components of progress can be created.
So then I think the last reflection I think we would probably like to share with you on this occasion is what about the next competition? We have in the rules, or you have in the rules, that out of the top 10 universities, 2 will drop out. I think this is even in the law, so it's hard to change. Drop out means that they will not continue with the 10% subsidy, but with the 2% subsidy. Then, of course, there will be new universities that are being qualified to participate in the competition. So we have been discussing how a good competition could be organized, of course, in terms of numbers, and I at least also relate back to what was the initial idea. The initial idea came from a policy support review of Poland's higher education and science research system, and it was from again from an outside panel recommended that Poland would aim at having a small number of European level research universities, in other words, differentiate the higher education system from having 350 or whatever it is university to have maybe 350 institutions of higher education and a small number, a pyramid kind of system with a small number of research universities. This was taken on by the government, and this was one of the reasons why I think the IDUB was defined. Also, after Law 2.0, it was possible to do things like this. So, and we have looked at Poland, the size of the Polish population, the potential of growth, the quality of Poland's academic environment and so forth, and tried to imagine what would be a good recommendation. Should you go for 30 or 40 IDUB universities, or what should be the number? So what and should there be any a further differentiation? So I don't know if you have comments to that. I can say personally, I think that if the ambition still is to have a small number of universities that can compete in the same level playing field with the best, say, in the world or in Europe, then this puts some limitations to numbers in Poland. There's no law of nature saying how many it should be. But do you think we should recommend more or fewer, or what would be a good take on this? We know that this business of merging, because that could solve some of the problem, but all the different legal obstacles to consolidate the systems. I mean, when I close my eyes, I see like an ongoing set of pages of laws that will hinder you, and laws can only be changed by long processes. So, very little consolidation. What would be the right number, given the current situation? It's a hard one to discuss, but should it only be 3 or 30? Peter.
Well, indeed, it's a hard topic to discuss, Lauritz, and your reflections are extremely important. And I think we should relate it to the development of the strategic aims of the system. We talked yesterday about doctoral degrees, the number of doctoral degrees. If we look at various systems around the world where there's a dramatic increase in the number of doctoral degrees, China is a good example, Singapore is a good example, but also in Europe, we can look at Denmark, at Norway, the Netherlands. There have been an increase in the number of doctoral degrees because of the strategic aims of the national science system. Now, Poland produces, if I'm correct, and please correct me if I'm not, 2,500 doctoral degrees per year. Yeah. In our systems, Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands, if we link it to population size, the Polish system, if it wouldn't want to have the same ambition as these countries, would produce more than 10,000 PhDs as a frame of reference. So the question to the answer, how many institutions would you need, are also to be related to the question of what are the ambitions of the science system and when are strategic targets to be realized. So in that sense, I think it's important to reflect upon the progress, the path that you want to take. In Norway, it has taken 20 years to double the number of doctoral degrees. In Denmark, there have been major investments. In the Netherlands, there have been investments. So there was a development path. And within that, there was an agreement on which institutions should have a key role in the development, not just of doctoral degrees, but also of forefront basic research. So there are different considerations that have to be taken into account before you can give a more or less definite answer to it. But that there is a need to focus, to concentrate, and to decide, okay, we will have a differentiated system with different missions of the different universities, and some will have a key role in trying to move towards the European top layer of institutions. That, I think, should be part of the discussions in the preparation for the second round.
Henrik? Okay. See, we have 3 minutes left, and the reason why we are not opening up for kind of, maybe if we have 5 minutes, we could have some discussions. But otherwise, the discussions will be in the workshops in the afternoon. But the bottom line on I think, on our considerations on how many institutions would probably be try to maintain the system of the top 10. And we also think it's a good idea that there should be some pressure and maybe maintain the idea of 2 would drop out. It makes life easier for ministry because then they don't need to change the law, because the law says this. So keep this for this time. And it would be too easy to follow probably the pressure of increasing the number. That wouldn't help Poland. It would probably take some force out of the tensions that are. But the competition would, in my opinion, benefit from being hard and say, okay, stay with the 10. 2 will not drop out, but get lower subsidy until next round again. And if they drop out, it's because they did not use the freedom they had as well as the others. I don't think one can come up with any better idea. We know that there will be more than 10 universities competing for 2 slots, and this is, as Professor Pałys says, normally when we look at competitions, they become too. It is not good if the success rate is much below 20% or something like that. Between 20 and 30% is often mentioned as ideal. But but in this case, I don't think it's possible without diluting the quality of the IDUB program. And this would be very bad for Poland. Now the IDUB brand name is already established as something that is excellent for the country. So try to defend that and not permit too many other universities, new universities, to enter this competition, because there are other systems in Poland. There's a system to support the regional universities, and it's better to look at how to stimulate the differentiation of the system, because there can be different missions, and how many top-notch research universities is it realistic to support in Poland? And this might be the last round of. I would ask my colleagues: do you have an idea of how many is it realistic, really, to support at this point in time? We're not talking 30 years from now, but now, Simon.
So very briefly, I think I don't know that number. I think it's I'm sure it's closer to 3 than 30. The question of how you get there, I think, has to have an initial question of how much of a hurry you're in. In the UK, the Research Excellence Framework has been going for 40 years, and that is a research concentration exercise to concentrate resources in those institutions, those universities most effective in research. And it's been effective, but that's over 40 years. With respect to the particular position in IDUB, I strongly agree with you, Lauritz, that an expansion of the IDUB system is not a good idea. We haven't discussed this, but I might also suggest that an appropriate development would be a gradual reduction in the number of IDUB universities. Yes. So it might be appropriate for IDUB 2 to go from 10 universities to 7 or 8. And then IDUB 3 maybe down to 5. But that would be a progression towards the concentration which I think we all agree is appropriate. We haven't discussed that, so I'm sorry, Laurie, to throw that in.
You see, this number could probably be very realistic in case the consolidation would take place. I don't know, you call them federations, but I would really love to see some real mergers, and there's no reason to have complementary laboratories of the same kinds in the same cities and so forth. So there are bases for consolidation, not now, but in the future. And then maybe number 7 is probably the right one, but who knows?
I believe that there are already new strands, new subjects being tackled, so perhaps could we try to wrap up this session?
Oh yes, I think we are ready, but we are also ready to continue the discussions during coffee breaks and in the workshops in the afternoon. So thank you for being so patient with us, and we all hope the best for Polish research universities.
And you have certainly earned your coffee. Thank you very much. And applause. And applause. We will have a word from the rector in a moment, but just some housekeeping remarks. As workshops will not be streamed online, this is where the streaming ends, and this is a goodbye to all our remote audiences.